Hey, can I build yet? 117 out of 120, and I need. I don't know. What's the most wood I have on this list, actually? It's 69 forest pine wood, I guess, is kind of the vibe here. No, I have a lot more wood to do. That's okay. I am getting levels. It's not very much. Yeah. I gotta get this plot down. Yep, okay, that's all the stone I need, so now I just need wood. Birch paper. I don't know. Is birch paper one of the options? No, I need to specialize in wood here if I'm going to finish this. So the most I have is sycamore wood. So we're looking for sycamore. We need to identify what sycamore looks like. Sycamore is a little bit more yellow. Yeah, a little bit more yellow, not as white. It's like a little bit more yellow looking. Yeah, a little bit more yellow looking. So I think that's a sycamore over there. It's like or gold. It looks like gold. It's like a little bit more gold looking. Sycamore is what I'm trying to do. Yeah, yeah, that's a good way to get it. This is what I thought that Shroud of the Avatar was gonna be. This is what I conceptualized in my mind that Shroud of the Avatar would be. Maybe I'm just using the wrong weapon too in the combat. That might be part of it. Maybe I should try spear, see what the melee combat's like. Look for sycamore in here. I didn't realize there was trees in the starting area. I like that. I like their grass. Grass has gotten better. This guy didn't die? No, he didn't die. Oh, it's not over. Oh, shit. They've got like a defense platform up or some shit? What the fuck? They'll kill this thing, right? Hop Parented Defense Platform. Parented Defense thingy. But they lost this. They like lost all of it. Yeah, they got anything left? There's an ice miner and a patrol destroyer over there that they're killing. Yeah, there's a destroyer there. But that's it. These guys like wipe the floor with them. Yeah, like I like cool random things like that in the AI. The AI decides that it's gonna have a fight. It's like time to spark a fight. Parameters have reached. I think I was watching him for a while. Yeah, he's been alive for a while. Yeah, like are they on him? I don't see things hitting him. Oh yeah, they're having a fight. Yeah. See, it's like simulated. It's not really like an actual fight. It's just simulated, but it's good. It still looks cool. I enjoy it quite immensely. That ship looks awesome. You don't have to play this game at all if you don't want to. You can just leave it on in the background. Really, it's like the closest thing to a single player MMO that there is, kind of. There's always stuff going on that doesn't involve you. I suppose I'll go get a score. Oh shit! Do I have room for this? Will they stack up? Yeah, I think they'll stack. Yeah. Yeah, I need to go get the points to actually win the arena. I got a lot of XP from something. What, for just entering, I guess? I got a bunch of XP for doing something. I don't know what. Just entering the arena, I think. So what do I do? This one's gonna tie because I can't win it. But I can hunt for sycamore in here. I'm just gonna chop trees, I guess. But no, I think some of these are sycamore, maybe. I don't know. I think I will get something. I'm gonna have a fruit drink. My normal breakfast fruit drink now. I'm 4 hours into the shift. Um. Yeah, I'll have my breakfast fruit drink. Oh, my thing is back here though. I think. Yeah, are you back here? Yeah, you're back here. You were. No, there you are. Okay. Oops. I bumped my camera. I'm gonna have a fruit drink now. Okay. Good. Need protein drink. Yeah. And okay. Okay, here's my tablet. Sur le table. Forgot to log in. There we are. Watch. Okay. There's this and there's that. Let's go back to a video since I've got nothing else on.
Nice climate effect there. That's how you do that. I wish that was centered a little better. That's gonna bug me.
Nope.
I might have to.
What can you do?
You know what? Let's test this quick. I don't know how to tear stuff down.
Can you tear
Build out
stuff?
fail for destroy. Do we get materials back?
Yes.
I don't think I did. Let's test it again. No, you don't. Unfortunately, they don't get your stuff back. So keep that in mind. Maybe they'll change that later. But yeah, anyway, guys, like, comment, subscribe. That's how you place a land claim altar.
Alright, I'm about to do it. Just gotta get more sycamore. Get sycamore. Oops, sorry, my camera got bumped. There we go. Okay, so back to how Elon is hijacking the government.
Numerous veterans. 38 USC 5701 protects veterans' records held by the VA, including benefits, medical history, and personal identifiers. And VA records cannot be shared without the veteran's consent. But Musk's actions also pose massive foreign intelligence and espionage risks. Past government breaches, including the 2013 OPM hack by Chinese operatives, highlight how dangerous it is when government data is not properly secured. And the irony of all this is that just 6 weeks ago, the US government was sounding the alarm about China using TikTok to steal your private information, and now the government is handing over private information to Elon Musk personally. Now, obviously, if you're going to try and shut down the entire government, you probably want a good lawyer. But if you want a great lawyer, let my law firm the Eagle Team help. If you've gotten in a car crash,
if you want to shut down the government,
you
probably need a good lawyer.
Letters saying that your information might have been leaked, or dealing with a workers' comp or social security issue, we can represent you or help find you the right attorney. It's so important to talk to a lawyer right away so you can maximize your recovery. And by the way, we don't get paid unless you do, so there's nothing up front. So click on the link in the description or call the phone number that's on screen for a free consultation with my team. Because you don't just need a legal team, you need the Eagle Team.
You need the Eagle Team.
But unfortunately, it's a big problem when the alarm is coming from inside the house. So many of these laws require enforcement by the executive. And if the executive grants authority or just refuses to prosecute violations, there's not a lot that can be done, which leaves a limited number of instances when private citizens can sue on their own behalf. Now, citizens can sue the government if their privacy rights are violated under certain privacy acts, and that's already started to happen. On February 3rd, the Alliance for Retired Americans, the AFL-CIO, and the Service Employees International Union filed lawsuits against Basant, the Department of the Treasury, and the BFS. The plaintiffs seek declaratory and injunctive relief to stop the unlawful disclosure of personal and financial information to Elon Musk and members of Doge. The plaintiffs argue that millions of individuals, including retirees, taxpayers, federal employees, and contractors, are affected by this unprecedented access, compromising their sensitive data without their consent. The federal employees did not consent to these disclosures, nor, I assume, did anyone who was watching this video. The plaintiffs say that when Basant gave Doge full access to the Bureau's records and computer systems, he violated the Privacy Act of 1974's public notice requirements. And additionally, the complaint alleges that when the Treasury makes a change of this magnitude under the Administrative Procedures Act, it must give a System of Records Notice, or SORN, in the Federal Register for 30 days while allowing public comment before taking any action. And on February 6th, a federal judge granted plaintiffs a preliminary injunction limiting the access of Doge employees to the Treasury. Now, the order is a mixed bag. It does not give Musk the ability to review or change Treasury data, which is good, but this may not matter since Musk has had access to the data for at least 2 weeks. And the judge's order permits special government employee Marco Alez to have read-only access to the Treasury systems. But a Wired report on February 7th asserted that the Department of Justice lied about whether Alez had right access or not. And following that report, Alez resigned from Doge after his social media posts were discovered. He apparently advocated for eugenics and for the repeal of the Civil Rights Act.
There it is.
Alez tweeted, quote, "Normalize Indian hate and..."
Notice I actually brought it up when I said, remember I said it earlier today. I was like, the Department of Special Projects was actually this weird eugenics thing where they would like shave your head bald and then reprogram your family back to a normal like Republican life or whatever. And you'd have to do re-education, and it was kind of based in eugenics a bit, sort of. There's like this scary side to it in Tom Goes to the Mayor, where they were like, I swear to God, Tim kind of made this this hilarious, like, and they were honestly, I don't think they were trying to make a statement. I think they accidentally did it, and then I think their idea got stolen and twisted by the right and turned into this terrible thing to as an apparatus to take over the American government or whatever. It's fucking insane. But I swear to God, I've seen this before. Is this the Department of Special Projects? Eugenics is usually the thing behind it.
9% of Indian H-1Bs will be replaced by slightly smarter LLMs. They're going back, don't worry, guys. And, quote,
what?
"You couldn't pay me to marry outside of my ethnicity." But don't worry,
what?
Musk conducted a poll on Twitter about whether Alez should return.
I don't care that he says that. It's just why is he being quoted like that? It's just insane. It's not. I mean, I don't care that he has these beliefs. I just don't know why we're hearing it. It's like this hilarious clown talk sometimes, the media. They just say these silly things all the time and they quote somebody, like totally bizarre stuff like that, where you're like, okay, sure, but this is the Doge or whatever. This is the Doge. People that won't even marry people outside their own race or whatever. That's the people we put in charge of Doge, huh?
J.D. Vance, who is...
Yeah, it comes to find out that eugenics is very popular with these people or whatever. It's like so fucked up. Yeah, I just don't imagine arrows are probably really that valuable, right? Yeah, like 5 arrows or whatever, so take these things, yeah. Okay. Leave. I don't know how. Oh, okay. Oh, look, you left. Oh, look, it turned winter. Winter. Oh, I was enjoying the fall or whatever. Damn it. Oh, I'm full, I guess. Can't get that. Okay, well, it's a perfect time to build, I guess. I don't know if I have enough still. Yeah, so, are we in the thing? Yeah, we're in the thing. So... Ah, good. So... Oh, no, I'm 11 short. Shit. Oops. Okay, well, we almost got there. There's some fancy stone. What is that, gold? It is gold. Nice. If I sell this stuff directly on the market, will I make a lot of money? Maybe. I think some of these kids really care about this stuff, actually. Sycamore. It's an old one, too. Oops. This is gonna cost a lot, isn't it? Now, waterfront property is cool because you can, like... I mean, what's out there? Oh, there is, like, a place you can build out there, huh? Can you build wherever you want? Like, okay, so if I'm outside the bubble, will you let me build? Does it have to be inside the bubble? Let's go look at the rules. Okay, so I'm outside the bubble right now. Yeah. Yeah? You don't care where I build? It just... Oh, okay. So... No, if you don't want to be harassed, you can come here. Or you can build anywhere in the world if you want, I think, actually. Which is awesome. And if you want, like, PvP, you can go to K2. Well, I don't wish to be harassed, so I'm going to stay inside the circle. And to build a house on the beach where the land is rather large, like this. Oops. Yeah. You can only do it in one of the specified safe or dangerous lands. You also cannot place them too close to the field boundaries. Field boundaries? Oh, okay. So you won't let me place there. What about here? No. There we go. I see. Okay, I stake the land. Clan altar. Oh, I put a clan altar down? Okay, well. Birch, paper, wood, and stone. In storage, you have stone and wood. I see, so I have to pay the upkeep, which is stone. Did we put it in? Stone? And birch, paper, wood. Yeah, I put it in. Okay. So... Okay, so for 24 hours... Let's pay the upkeep first before we do anything else, because I'm not. I mean, I could die, I suppose. No, I can't. Now I can be PvP'd anywhere. So my neighbor, he might not really like that I built here, but I don't care. I mean, I want to be right on the fucking water where I can walk over and start fishing. I don't care. The game is fun. Oh, you know, I left the door open and it's getting colder in here. I'll be right back. I'm gonna put my jacket on. It's fucking cold. Yeah. I don't want to zip it up, but I put it on because it's fucking cold. It's fucking cold in this house. I need central heating in this house, and I don't have it. It's fucking annoying. 58 is a bit low. Oh, yes, I am farming stone. Yeah, with a little bit of money and a little bit of interest, I think this game could go pretty far. Farted. I bought the monthly, so, you know. Okay, so we've got to get stone. I'm like completely full. And old wood and wood. I guess I'm going to need a lot of stone. Yeah, I don't really have a lot of stone. Ooh, those slots. Fucking not too good. I might have to make that trip to... Well, you know, I could vendor, actually, and that might solve this problem completely. Let's run to Galanleen real quick, and if I vendor, I think I'll be okay. Oops. 8 o'clock. Is it ice day? No, it's not ice day. Hey, silver. That's good rock. Oof, that's gonna take a while. I can see why they go PvP zone, because farming, yeah, farming is slow. Oh, I like the little thing in the snow though. I like the little. I wish we could get more of that in video games. Yeah, snow needs cool footprints like this. I like that. I think that's advanced. That's awesome. Yeah, that's so cool. You can like look behind you and see where you went. Yeah, that's fucking sweet. Galanlean is directly north of me now. It's weird because the pet leaves a trail, but not me. It's a little bigger than it needs to be. But I like that. Because it doesn't seem excessive. Feels like right where it's tolerable. Just right on the limit of what's like okay. Oh, yes, we are going to sell stuff like arrows, star scroll. I don't think I'm gonna ever need mana pots. I mean, do I care about mana? I don't think so. Not unless I'm a healer. So I vendor those. These things. Seeds and such. Crappy stirrups, I don't think I need that. Maybe the mediums might sell, but I don't think so. I'm going to vendor those, I think. Oh, look, I've already got 46,000 gold. Not bad. Hey, I'm almost to 1,000,000. Forest Dragon Pet. I have collection speed and harvesting increases by 10%. I got a pet. I got a Forest Dragon harvesting booster. Oh, cool. I got a dragon? I did. I got a little dragon. Forest dragon. Oh, look. I have a little dragon. Pet. Yeah, I'm just gonna call it pet. I don't care. Little dragon pet. I don't know. I think I like the wolf more. I don't know. Dragon's small. Oh, did I not sell? Oh, I didn't sell. Shit. Oops. Alright. Fuck. Quick stun. It's gives 10-15 per can only be used on abilities that deal damage. It's a nice blue stun gem, which will be good. We'll put that on my big ability. I don't know when those are gonna break. Do they break? Yeah, they do, and they're gonna break soon. Fucking annoying. So I need a couple of pickaxes. Lord knows where the fuck I'm gonna get that from. I should make it outside in the game, I guess. Yeah, all this armor I want to keep. Oh, I don't know. The greens could sell probably. I don't think the greens matter. Unless you can disenchant these, yeah. Like I don't know why. I don't know. Yeah, I think I'd rather just take the gold for them. Nice, 46,000 gold is a lot more than I thought it would be. That's good. Oh yeah, that crappy traveler's bag. 2,000 gold. Yeah, I'll take it. I think I can just vendor. I think vendoring's better. Okay, we got 50 level Rift Scroll, Quality Street Creature Extract. Let's sort again. There we go. We got a little bit more space now so we can farm to build a house, and I don't have to worry about getting full all the fucking time. Okay, let's get the fuck out of here. Well, I mean, here I can just build endless storage, but it'll take a long time, I think. I don't know if they'll let me use the right wood for that, but we'll see. Oh, I like that design, kind of. Use it as a front door. That's not bad. It's interesting that it's an MMO and you can actually place furniture in the altar. That's actually really advanced. Oh, I went too far. Oops. Oh, right, a pick. I might have to go back to the main town, but at least I can keep trying to forge forward. It's a game I don't know that I can play. What is that out there? What's that thing? The hell is that? Oh, it's a stone jutting out? Yeah, and I imagine you could... Why couldn't New World let us do this? Like, why? I guess you can build on that stone? That's kind of an interesting idea. I think I built in the wrong place. Out here, I think they can actually damage your houses. Well, I swam out to the stone. It was only like 60 seconds or something. It was kind of wasteful. Oh, look, you can dive? Oh, wow. Look, this game is a lot more real. Oh, look, there's something down here. What the hell? Can you do anything with this? No. What's that down there? Is it like a thing? No, it's just coral, I think. Wow. So I could build here, I think. No, there's... Well, yeah, you could. You could build a one little square thing right here, like a 2x2 right here. Yep. And I would have to go in, and I don't want a clan altar. I want, Oh, blue for clan, individual altar, clan altar. Okay. Can I do an individual altar right here? I can. It's a long swim. It's kind of taxing in terms of time. But it would be cool to live on this rock. This rock is so dope. I kind of want to just claim the land with an individual so nobody can take it. I don't know. No, these things have upkeep, I think, actually. So, no, we'll just build the individual clan thingy or whatever. I saw that the clan altar is... more expensive? I need a fishing rod to fish. Do I not have a fishing rod? Odd. No, I don't. What happened to my fishing rod? Oh, it must have broke? It might have broke. Newbie heavy sword. Novice warhammer. Hearthstone charm, but it's level 40. There's a nice earring that's an upgrade, I guess. Yeah, take it. Yeah, give a HP bonus. That's good. Well, splush. Learning about this game. I like the fish. The fish are cool. Upskirt. There's nothing in there. I like the dragon, actually. It is cool. I am gonna have to chop stone, I guess. Like a lot of stone. I don't know. Since it's PvE, I want to make the place big with a lot of layers. And have like a hall. I want to build a castle. I might have to farm like all night.
To an Indian American, and President Trump also spoke out on his behalf. But it looks like the restrictions will remain in place while the lawsuit proceeds. But again, this is a mixed bag. Several reporters have claimed that Doge employees, including Alez, have already made extensive changes to the payment system's codebase with limited oversight. But the judge's order put a stop to that, and hopefully Doge employees will actually follow the order. Yeah, you can bet that you're going to hear me say, hopefully they follow the court order a lot in the coming years. Yeah, can we just make up a graphic that says, hopefully they follow the court order? Because we're going to do that a lot. Additionally, Secretary Besant has now appointed Silicon Valley's Tom Krause as his assistant. So apparently Krause is one of Musk's top lieutenants, and he now has access to the payment system as well. And to summarize, Krause told Treasury career staff to stop payments to USAID. The staffer resisted, saying it was illegal, and the staffer was ousted. Krause is now head of payments in Treasury. Of course, the question on everyone's minds is who would prosecute Elon Musk and his operatives for disclosing taxpayer information. Now, traditionally, the FBI and the Department of Justice would investigate and prosecute people who break the law. But the Department of Justice is now stacked with MAGA lawyers like Ed Martin, who threatened to prosecute anyone who refused to give Musk and his men the access they demanded. Ed Martin is the current U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, and he's also the guy that dismissed charges against one of the January 6th insurrectionists, who he happened to be currently representing in private practice. You just can't make this up. Adding to our nightmares that Trump is trying to lay off over 5,000 of the FBI's 13,700 agents, basically half of the FBI, and is poised to install Kash Patel as head of the FBI. But the states do have a role to play in enforcing the law, and a coalition of 19 Democratic states' attorneys general have filed a lawsuit to prevent Doge from accessing federal payment systems containing sensitive personal information. And there, the plaintiffs argue that granting Doge access to sensitive Treasury payment systems is arbitrary and capricious, lacks proper justification, and did not follow required procedures, thereby violating the Administrative Procedure Act. The states contend that Doge's access to Treasury records could interfere with funding already appropriated by Congress, exceeding the Treasury Department's statutory authority and violating the constitutional principle of separation of powers. They assert that Trump's actions violate the Take Care Clause in the Constitution, and the state's plaintiffs are also concerned that Doge's access poses significant cybersecurity risks that may compromise sensitive personal information and the integrity of the federal payment system. And related to that, a federal judge has temporarily blocked Doge from accessing the Treasury's payment system. The judge said, quote, "The court's firm assessment is that for the reasons stated by the states, they will face irreparable harm in the absence of injunctive relief. That is both because of the risk that the new policy presents of the disclosure of sensitive and confidential information, and the heightened risk that the systems in question will be more vulnerable than before to hacking. The court's further assessment is that, again, for the reasons given by the states have shown a likelihood of success on the merits of their claims, with the state's statutory claims presenting as particularly strong. The court's further assessment is that the balance of the equities, for the reasons stated by the states, favors the entry of emergency relief." And the judge has now granted the plaintiff state's motion for enforcement of a temporary restraining order. Now, mind you, a TRO is ultra-temporary. It's just preserving the status quo so the court can learn more about the situation and the parties can provide further briefing. But the court issued the TRO to prohibit the defendants from implementing a broad categorical freeze on federal spending. The court agreed with plaintiffs that the Trump administration is not complying with the order, and the judge emphasized that the government must promptly comply with court orders, citing Manis versus Myers, the Supreme Court, which says, quote, "Persons who make private determinations of the law and refuse to obey an order generally risk criminal contempt, even if the order is ultimately ruled incorrect." The court found that the defendants had notice of the TRO, that the order was clear and unambiguous, and that there were no impediments to compliance. Despite this, evidence presented by the plaintiff states indicated that the defendants continued to freeze federal funds and refused to resume disbursement of appropriated funds, which violated the TRO. The Trump administration argued that the freezes were intended to prevent fraud. However, the court noted that these freezes resulted from a broad categorical order rather than a specific findings of potential fraud. The court reiterated that such sweeping freezes are likely unconstitutional and cause for irreparable harm, thus violating the TRO. So what does the Trump administration have to do now? Well, quote, "Immediately restore frozen funding during the pendency of the TRO until the court hears and decides the preliminary injunction request. immediately end any federal funding pause during the pendency of the TRO, immediately take every step necessary to effectuate the TRO, including clearing any administrative, operational, or technical hurdles to implementation, comply with the plain text of the TRO not to pause any funds based on pronouncements pausing funding incorporated into the OMB directive, like Section 7A of the Unleashing Executive Order and the OMB Unleashing Guidance, immediately restore withheld funds, including those federal funds appropriated in the Inflation Reduction Act and the Infrastructure Improvement and Jobs Act, and resume the funding of institutes and other agencies of the defendants, for example, the National Institute for Health, that are included in the scope of the court's TRO. Now, so far, the Trump administration has been at least telling the court that they are complying or attempting to comply with various orders. It'll be another issue entirely if they just outright ignore orders like Musk and Trump have been saying that they will do. So it's going to be important to watch what happens in the wake of this particular TRO. Now, when the court stopped Elon Musk from accessing U.S. Treasury data, almost 400 sources reported on it, with the vast majority of them coming from the center and the left. But when you examine the headlines, you start to see some very different frames emerge that shape how readers interpret and understand the events that are unfolding. On the right, headlines emphasize Musk's claims that he found $50 billion worth of fraud at the Treasury Department, implying these claims correlate to the judge's ruling and implying that Elon Musk actually did find fraud. And headlines from the right also point to small legal ambiguities in the judge's ruling that could lead to it being overturned, a story angle largely absent from headlines on the left and center sources, who mainly focus on the risks of Elon Musk having unfettered access to sensitive and critical data. Now, the headlines you read first have immense power to shape how you understand the news. And that's why I like to see the news from as many angles as possible, which I can do with the help of today's sponsor, Ground News. Ground News is a website and app developed by a former NASA engineer on a mission to give readers an easy, data-driven, objective way to read the news. And right now they're offering Legal Eagle viewers 40% off their unlimited access Vantage subscription. You can scan the QR code or use the link in the description to get a discount for a limited time. Because Ground News gathers related articles from around the world and across the political spectrum, so you can see the bias and compare coverage. Every story comes with a quick visual breakdown of the political bias, factuality, and ownership of the sources reporting, all backed by ratings from 3 independent news monitoring organizations. One of my favorite parts is their bias comparison feature, which highlights specific differences in reporting across the political spectrum. This can be especially helpful when reading stories from sources you've never heard of, where there's no telling who owns it or what agenda they might have. I also love their blind spot feature, which shows you stories that are underreported by either side of the political spectrum. Like this recent story that explains all the ways in which Tesla benefited from Elon Musk's adventures in government, which was largely ignored by the right. Understanding how blind spots shape bias helps explain why we often talk past each other and why some people seem hyper-focused on what seems like nonsense, often because of some random blog post that went viral among a certain group of people. But all this is why Ground News is my favorite way to get the news. And as a legal eaglet, you can save 40% off of the Ground News Vantage subscription by scanning the code that's on screen or clicking the link down below. This subscription gives you unlimited access to every feature, including the Bias Insight tool and blind spot feed, and by subscribing, you'll support an independent news platform working to make the media landscape more transparent. So click on the link or scan the code today. And after that, click on this link over here for more Legal Eagle, or I'll see you in court.
Hello guys and gals, me Mudahar, and one day I'm gonna die. Now you might have perked up your eyes. That's a way to start a video. But life is one experience. You wake up, you're born into it. You got no choice really. You go around with life and you try to make the best of every situation. And when you get to my age at least, you look back and what happened and try to question everything and see if everything you've ever done is A-okay and kosher. But of course, this isn't supposed to be a super existential video. One thing that I have done, a massive part of my life, is making YouTube content. And not only making YouTube content, but consuming it. One thing that I want to ask you before we get into this entire video is, who was the first YouTuber you ever watched? Was it me, or was it somebody else? Somebody you probably remember watching like 15, 20 years ago. If you actually look up the first video on YouTube, you'll probably come across this channel, Javed, Me at the Zoo, uploaded 19 years ago. Now this was one of the first videos ever uploaded to the platform, kind of a test for effectively a website that would allow anybody to share their content on the internet. Now, of course, one of the first pieces of online content that anybody can remember is probably the most important thing that happened to them, one of their biggest inspirations. Now, somebody that is a gamer, my channel is Some Ordinary Gamers, I do play video games. I like talking about video games in amongst almost everything else that I find interesting. My channel is like a diary to me. But if
Yeah,
I had
me
to
too.
go through the inspirations on my channel, one of the first actual videos that I do remember, one of the channels is James Nintendo Nerd, also known as Cinemassacre. Now, I'm sure some of you guys probably remember this channel pretty well. Cinemassacre or James Nintendo Nerd or
I
the
don't.
Angry Video Game Nerd is probably one of the oldest gaming channels ever, one that still is actually going on. The first video uploaded onto this channel 18 years ago, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde on the NES. Dude, back in the day, this is probably one of the most impressive pieces of content anybody could go for. Now, obviously, the production quality on these videos wasn't exactly something that was incredibly massive by today's standard. At the time, it was a dude pointing the camera at his face and occasionally pointing the camera at the actual game that he was recording right off of an actual television. Now, obviously, even back then, there were other gamers that actually recorded their own screens as well, too, like this. And it wasn't until the days of
That's how you had to do it.
PVRs that we actually had the first era of direct capture. But, of course, AVGN's quality would constantly increase, like literally episode by episode. And one of the videos that really hits me is when he did this making of AVGN, where he went through the entire process. And I would say that that video kind of correlated into me sort of figuring out how to structure even the first haunted gaming videos on my channel.
Oops.
Well, I don't watch much of AVGN these days. Like, I'll absolutely give him credit where credit's due. This guy inspired probably like most of the early like gaming YouTubers. I would say that a lot of gaming YouTubers that probably came afterwards, reviewing games, making retrospectives, have in some way been inspired by James. And regardless of wherever he's at, this guy absolutely took YouTube to like the extreme end when he was pretty much on top. Like, this guy made crazy reviews. This guy even ended up making an entire movie, and whatever your thoughts are on that, whatever your perception is, he still completed his dream. This guy made YouTube work, still actually makes it work, and is still a goddamn inspiration to this day.
Yeah.
Like anything revolutionary, there's always people that come to copy it. You know, for every Doom, there's probably hundreds of other first-person shooters that have been directly inspired by it. But when it came to AVGN, for as amazing as content as he made, he was basically the first canary in the coal mine for, again, gaming content creation. And people really started to realize that they could actually kind of developing a following out of it. And if one guy was able to pay the bills with this, then maybe other people could jump in. And so this started a trend known as the AVGN clones. And, you know, pretty much everyone started to angrily review any video game that they got. Now, there's plenty of large YouTubers that are angry reviewers that have actually ended up breaking away from James's content and actually basically carving a niche out for themselves. Their personality was shining. One of those names was Angry Joe. You might have recognized this guy from Channel Awesome. This was an entire group of YouTubers that were also producing angry reviews. One of their leaders was Nostalgia Critic, who's still alive and kicking and actually producing content. Back in 2007 and 2008, there were other creators like Armake21. There was also, you know, people like
Oh my god, they all have like 5,000 games.
AVGN clones. And while this guy also had interesting production value for himself, he also branched off into doing Ghost Doctor stuff, where he's collecting the Infinity Stones of the paranormal variety. He's also done Minecraft Puppet Steve, effectively making him by far one of the largest creators in this space. I believe just by viewership metrics. But in amongst all of these guys, you also had smaller creators like, for instance, the gaming... Oh, no, that's not the word racist. That's this character was so short-lived that I don't even think it made it past one episode with viewer backlash. Yes, even back then, nobody was willing to handle something this insanely crass. But amongst all these people, there was one other creator that I remember as being absolutely inspirational in even my content creation. One guy that, if all the stars had properly aligned, would have probably been one of the largest creators on the platform to this day. And that person is known as the Spoonie One. Now, Spoonie, or Noah Antweiler as his real name is, would have probably been one of the largest YouTubers in this space. I easily could imagine if this guy actually stuck and really had some sort of drive to produce content, would have actually had 10 to 15 million subscribers easily. This guy was huge at the time of early content creation. And unlike his contemporaries, he actually had the chops to stand on his own. This guy wasn't just some angry reviewer. This guy actually had wit, comedy, and actual good videos at the time where he could really set himself apart. Now, obviously, he would produce, tons of videos in regards to reviewing old
I
games.
love my job because I don't have to worry about me paying the bills with this. I can just do the history. I can just show the games. I can show what it's like to play them. Oh no, did I crack my pickaxe? No. How do I make a pickaxe? Oh no. I have to go make a pickaxe and I don't want to. Alright. I should have made it before I left town. Whatever. I guess it's faster to just run to the road and let it take me to it. Nope. Gonna need like 5 pickaxes. I like the lightning on the weapon. It's way better than World of Warcraft. There's a wolf. I guess I could skin him. It's sort of in line of what I'm doing right now. The animals are not that easy to kill.
Like Ultima, Final Fantasy, but also in amongst that, he would also produce, Let's Plays of SWAT 4, for instance. If you ever wonder where I figured out that game actually existed, it was actually watching Spoonie's
SWAT 4 is
content
good.
really early.
Yeah.
If my content kind of seems similar in the sense of I really just upload what I feel like,
Yep.
it does almost base itself off of Spoonie's content.
Yep, I upload what I fucking feel like. Sometimes it's singing, sometimes it's music, sometimes it's like movies, sometimes it's games, sometimes it's politics, sometimes it's MMOs, sometimes it's games, single player games. Sometimes it's 5 games at once, sometimes it's only one, sometimes it's PvP, sometimes it's PvE. Like that was I knew that I've got so much broad taste that it's just this hodgepodge that I knew was going to be like, basically I would say it's probably the common denominator, but I know that if I put 50 years into this, I will eventually get somewhere. I know it's insane. Like well, either that or it'll be what I focus on before I die or whatever. It gives me reason to get up in the morning, and it gives me reason to like learn and see what's going on in the world and all these other things. Green dragonhide boots and stuff, but I came to produce a repair. Is that all that they do? I will need to make pickaxes, and I'm not sure. What is an entry prize? Oh, daily entry, okay. I don't know. This guy doesn't sell what I need. I am looking for... I'm going to have to go to a big town, I guess, which is fine. This is like a 10-minute distraction or whatever. We just have to go down the road to Shadow Atoll, and I'll figure out there. I know in a big town I can make... I think I have to go to the Lumberjack, and I have to buy... Or not Lumberjack, but yeah, I think it is like one of these. It's like the Miner. I have to go to the Miner, and I have to buy pickaxes, I think. Or you can buy them on the market. So we'll go to the market and the Miner at that place. There's an arena. I mean, it is free XP. Because the XP is slowed down quite a bit. I don't want to go in for like 2 minutes or something. Gotta go to Shadow Atoll, but it's not far. You know, it's probably like, what, 2 minutes? It's actually probably not too bad. Yeah. And then take me into the miner. Yeah. What does it say? It says 2 minutes. Yeah, that's not bad. So from Galanline, it's like a 2 minute and 15-second journey. That's really not that bad. It seems bad in other game senses, but in this game, that's not that bad. That's not that bad. Some of this ride starts to add up for, you know, after a while. So this doesn't seem that bad. Every once in a while I have to go to Shadow Atoll. I could just dump in the bank because there's really no reason not to, but I was hoping to do that in my house. But yeah, I think I will just dump in the bank in Shadow Atoll. And well, I don't know. Maybe it's better to just bring it back to my house. I really don't know. Oh, we're restarting the server, are we? Okay. Okay, well, maybe I go back to Once Human now, I guess. This was fun. Or is it just a restart? No, America 1's down. So, okay. Well, this game locks me out of my EAC, so I'm going to get off it. Va-Rake Technology. Okay.
To an extent, I do generally like to treat my content like a diary. And for
Yeah, me too. Yep.
Noah's channel, for Spoonie's channel at the time, it really felt like he uploaded videos of content that just really engaged him. Whether it made cohesive sense to constantly produce a rigid series.
Oh, this is long. I wonder if he's angry reviewing is like dead.
It didn't really matter. This guy was just funny and entertaining, and people liked to watch him.
Yeah, he wants to talk about this.
Got to a point where, obviously, when Patreon started to become a thing, people had actually lined up to give this guy thousands of dollars per month to produce a actual movie. Back then, YouTube channels in this vein had to produce like a full feature-length movie. But obviously, Spoonie never really met that movie. He never really completed it. He never really worked to produce any of it, let alone actual content. If anything, all of this ended up being complete bullshit promises, and that Patreon has dropped down to nothing more than $127 per month. People who have left their actual, accounts perpetually renewing.
Oh my God, this is another reason why I don't Patreon, because look, that they make your fucking financial records public, do they?
Just forgot that they're giving like a few bucks to this guy.
Yeah, I don't think I want Patreon, no.
And of course, Spoonie was not always mentally well entirely. You're talking about a guy that was severely addicted to Twitter to the point where he literally roleplayed as his dog at the time. Now, Spoonie's Twitter addiction would be so insane that beyond just role-playing as his dog, which is already to an extent cringe enough, it would get to the point where he would actually cross some serious boundaries with an actual co-worker of his on the site at the time. A person known as Jesu Otaku. So here's what he said on Twitter back then. This is super long ago. You can tell by the user interface. It's not my fault. The voice of an ancient Merlinite wizard in my head makes them hurt me. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? My way of loving someone is dirty and painful and ends in tears. Jesu Otaku, if things don't work out with you in Nash 076, I'd be happy to chain you to a pipe in my bag. I can't even say that. I can't commentate on this, guys. It's too fucked up. And of course, obviously, even in that internet, raunchy era of that time, there was still backlash. And Noah definitely faced it, to the point where, obviously, even the site, Channel Awesome, had given a farewell. It wasn't that easy to see somebody kicked off the website, but when you have threats like this issued between staff members, they're going to get a little bit pissed. And of course, even Noah blamed it entirely on, I would say some level of mental illness. He begged forgiveness, said he was worse than, a guy in World War II, so to speak. I mean, God, I made a bad joke. I'm sorry. I'm up, Jesu Otaku. I'm sorry already. Please take my... Whew, this is up. And of course, it wasn't just his co-workers this guy would be an asshole to. He'd be an asshole to his fans. Then you shut the up. And everyone's just so happy. It's the newest thing. Before you go off sounding like a complete shithead, You think, golly, I wonder if one of the other 20K people did. One of his fans would literally bring up how there would be this website, lordofultima.com, and Noah, instead of just responding and saying, yeah, I heard about it, he would say, well, yes, but I think you're forgetting. Shut the up! Yes, I've heard about the new Alton game. Just shut up! Shut up about it! Man, I mean, there's a way to talk to your fans, and then there's just being a dick. And obviously, Spoonie's content kind of just devolved. He stopped really producing much content, if anything. It would always devolve into these live streams or live wires where, you know, you just have him basically stream almost silently sometimes. And it really felt to a lot of fans that, I don't know whether it be mental illness like depression that basically took hold of him. Some speculated it would be alcoholism or some type of
alcoholism.
substance abuse. But
substance
you know,
abuse. Substance abuse while you're a streamer. That must be nice. I don't think I could do that. I don't think I could ever do that. I could get drunk while I'm streaming, yeah. I don't think I could ever do substance abuse while I was streaming. Not high or anything like that. I guess I smoke weed all the time, but I don't consider that substance abuse. Not like substance abuse, no. I could never do this job tweaked out or like fucking spun or like high on heroin or something. There's no way I could ever do this job like that.
This man,
you know what the guiltiest thing that I have, the only guilt that I have as a streamer at all, I have two. One time I masturbated on stream and I didn't mean to do that, I just did. And then there's another one. What was it? I forgot. I lost the thread. I fell asleep. I started to fall asleep on stream. And I was like, I'm sorry, I've got to just call this off while I go to bed. I've done that several times, like 5 or 6 times now. I'm like, oh my God, I'm just not able to stay awake. I don't know what it is. I'm old or something. I can't stay awake. And I've just bombed out and gone to bed. Be like, I don't feel good or whatever. And I've done that 5 or 6 times. But I mean, I have not done that many times. Because, you know, this job, like how I view it, how I want it to be, is about consistency.
Basically imploded his own career and relationship with his
and I'm fairly good with that. I think I have bad days like yesterday where I only show up for like 6 hours or something, but I mean, like I'm there every single fucking day, most days. If I have to do some kind of driving or something, I'll do an IRL stream.
Fan base, again, just because he left a lot of his vices and issues effectively unchecked.
Oh God, that game looks bad. What is that game? I think it's Deus Ex. Ugh.
And of course, I'm not saying that, you know...
Yeah, that's Deus Ex, isn't it?
Easy to crawl out of things like depression or anything like that, or easy to crawl out of things like substance abuse.
No. And I try not to bring my personal life to the stream, and it's hard not to. Frankly, it's hard not to. You get some shocking news. I guess Once Human's down. Well, okay, let's just leave and quit out. We'll try and see if the Quimfall server's back up. It's good that I have Quimfall to do something while they do this stuff to Once Human. Wow, it looks like a real game now. I wonder if it's going to go somewhere.
Actually, far from it. But again, this is somebody that instead of addressing their own illnesses, instead of addressing their own issues, they really did burn the...
Yeah, see, that's like my thing is being in this system. They force me to address all of my issues. Relapse prevention for 7 years. It was like 7 years. As long as I was on probation, I had to do relapse prevention. It was so annoying. Every Wednesday for the whole entire time I was on probation. Every Wednesday I went to relapse prevention for fucking 7 years. I'm so glad that shit's over with. I mean, I see a PTSD therapist. I see, well, I mean, they're not really a PTSD therapist. They're an autism therapist, but they specialize in PTSD. I see another PTSD doctor, a lady as well. And I was in the madhouse for 2 years, and they had me speaking to a case manager every day and once a week. and kind of a longer form thing. And then I spoke to a psychiatrist every week for an hour for 5 years. It was like 5 years, something, as long as they were my case manager. It was wonderful. I got my help. I had somebody doubt my sanity yesterday, and I was like, I'm sorry. I got my help. I did what I was supposed to do. I'm a balanced person. I'm not even like very overweight anymore. Like I did better. I got better. You know.
The actual relationship with their
Sure, I
audience.
got a fatty face or whatever because I used to be 400 pounds, but but my body's 240. That's not that bad. Getting back down again.
And fan base. As somebody that was a fan of Spoonie at one point, it's actually kind of a shame. It's actually kind of depressing, even just talking about the situation, knowing just how much potential this guy had.
Yeah, and so I'm not bringing see how honestly I use my stream like a diary to just talk about my fucking problems as I respond to other people's issues and what they're going through and stuff like that, because it's not I am doing fine. My family loves me. I own a home. I'm happy. I have income. I can buy everything that I want to buy. I can, I can send help if I need to. I can do whatever I need to. I'm mobile. I'm financially mobile. I'm happy. I have a car to use if I need it. I can go wherever I want to go. I have a wonderful queen size bed with a television in my room, and I've got a fucking big old TV screen in my living room, and I've got a kitchen that's smaller. It's a tiny house kind of thing. But I mean, I love my tiny house. I never needed much space in the first place. I live in the mental pretty much entirely. I had somebody doubt my sanity yesterday, and I was like, sir, I do not agree. You know, I didn't say it that way, but I felt immediately. I was like, nope. I think even the public would agree. I said, nope. It's you. You're the one who's looking crazy, not me, because yeah. I think even the public would agree if they were to listen to me speak right now. They would understand that I did my time. I have had therapists. I have been in the madhouse and stuff and got better. You know what I'm saying? Got better. I wasn't in there for mental illness. I was in there for PTSD. It's a different thing. I got fucking, attacked with a circular saw in the middle of the night. It was scary. Yeah, it sucked. All of it, all the things I did or whatever. Yeah, it all sucked. I suck, I guess. Sure, sucks to suck. Yeah, but do I feel shame? Do I feel like I'm a loser? No. Got my own home. Doing good with my family. I didn't do well romantically the last 3 years, but I did my whole life or whatever. Particularly because I began a career. I have a career. I'm making thousands of dollars as a streamer. I don't, sooner or later you have to be like, no, sir. No, sir. My sanity is doing just fine. No, sir. No, sir. You are incorrect. You know? It's the affront of it was just kind of insane. I was like, no, I don't believe that to be the case. No, I'm not the one doing creepy things. No. I'm not the one saying creepy things. I'm not the one. I'm not a pervert. I'm not known for this. You know. I have a fetish, yeah, but I'm not a pervert. I'm not known for this. No, not known. Nobody, none of my friends would say. I've had thousands of friends, and just not known for that. Don't have a history of that. It is a long ride. It's like 3 minutes. Fucking annoying. But yeah. Uh,
When I think about my channel,
I dislike the younger generation's appraisal of sanity. When I look at them and the things that they do, they're the ones looking crazy. I mean, well, no, I'm looking crazy because I was like a meth dealer and I was like kind of a, you know, ooh, somebody just fired a gun really late at night, 1:30 in the morning. Um, I don't have a good past, but I don't have a horrible past. I never harmed anybody. Not physically, no. I've not ever like had any sexual perversion stuff at history or anything like that. Don't have any record of it. Don't have any, you know. I have a mile sheet. So I got a rap sheet a mile long, 28 charges. Yeah, I've lived a pretty criminal lifestyle, but 17 years of my life I didn't violate the law. I worked for every dollar that I got. And so yeah, I came across kind of probably crazy. Yeah, I come across as crazy. I'm sure I do, but I don't hide it, and I don't do fucked up. I don't do fucked up things to other people. If I do, it's like some deal or something. I'll offer them a deal, and they've got to agree to it. You know what I'm saying? Right? I didn't. You know. I didn't. I don't fucking. I don't ever like. You know. I don't fucking fuck over other people. Not that I've ever met, no. Not people that I ever met, no. I don't I am not a harmful person. None of my friends would ever give you, if you were to go, like if the FBI were to go look into my past, one of the reasons why they'll give me a pass all the time is they immediately can go into my past and they can see that there is no violence there. There's been false assault charges that were dropped, but there's no violence, no hint of any problem, nothing like that. 17 years without a charge. You know, I don't really feel like I don't feel like I'm this weak person who's got like problems with their sanity. I've got issues that I'm working out all the time. I scream on my stream. I alienate people. I shut off the chat. I do all these weird antisocial things. But understand, I've been like this all of my life. This isn't some affect as a streamer or anything like that. Sometimes we would just full blown lock the door and shut other people out and just throw our little 4-person party or whatever without the people outside and shit like this. Because it doesn't really matter. I'm gonna do what I want to do when I want to do it. It doesn't really matter, you know. It's sort of weird. That sounds creepy, but it's not. It's not like some rape thing. I'm talking about like I've lived my life exactly how you see right in the front of the fucking camera all of my life. You know what I'm saying? I've lived out loud all of my life. I've talked out loud like this all of my life. Like times when they were hard, I would just have conversations with myself in my fucking bedroom like this. It doesn't sound normal or sane, but it is. It's a normal person trying to get closure after all the fucked up shit that happened. That's all it is. There's no weirdness here. I'm not known for hurting anybody. I'm not a bad person when it comes to like harming people. You know what I'm saying? I am a bad person. I've done bad things, but the things that I did to anybody that I knew, I confess to. Does that make sense? Like the 3 times that I've ever wronged a person that I knew, I confess to do it. I know what they are. I can tell you what they are. I stole acid from my friend Jed. I stole money from my friend Cloud. And I traded for something that I shouldn't have traded for because I didn't want to agree to it. Now I can't say what that is because it's somebody else's secret. But I mean, I just put the price so high because I figured that was the only thing that would get them to accept the no. When they didn't, I was like, well, at this point, I may as well just give up because they're going to do it anyways.
I've been uploading content for quite a long time. since 2012. You know, I was a younger guy uploading creepypastas, playing games like Slender, Lost Silver, Al Oni, things of that nature. And that
Like, no, I'm not proud of what I did, but I mean, I was convinced to do it. Like, very much so, convinced. On top of it, after I agreed, I waited for my payment for 4 months.
now, I mean, here, okay?
And I accepted a lie. You know, I just took the lie. I was like, well, I'm not going to force the issue, and I just I didn't do anything about it. I was like, you know, I'm pissed off about this, and I'll lecture you, but I'm going to accept it.
You know, if you ask any
You had me teach you something naughty, and in return, I just, if you recall, for months, I just let it go.
YouTuber, would they expect to be whatever, you know, height they've reached? The answer will always be no.
And eventually I just waited. I just waited. I did not push the issue. I didn't do anything. I just waited. I was like, you know what? Good man doesn't force the issue. And I didn't. I didn't force the fucking issue. I wheeled and dealed with the devil for what I wanted most in my whole fucking life. When I didn't get what I wanted, I just accepted it. And I moved on. And that's how I got what I wanted. That's the God's honest truth. That's how I got what I wanted.
Nobody expects anything.
In the end, I got what I wanted.
Whole situation, this whole game, is pretty much about luck.
I was like, okay, I can't push the issue. I can't. So, like, you know, and this is the truth. This is the God's honest truth. I could not push the issue. I accepted it that I had been dirty dealt, and I sat there and I boiled about it for 4 months because I was like, well, it was not my idea. It was not my proposition. It was not my idea.
In cultivating an audience, it's a personal relationship that you have with the people behind.
I was weak too. Everybody thinks that it's, I mean, not weak too, but like, I'm sorry, I was not the only one who was weak. You know what I'm saying? Takes two to tango.
The camera.
Or whatever the fuck. And what I did isn't even against the law. It's not some gray area either. It's with this whatever it is, whatever. I'm not gonna say what it is, but like the thing itself is against the law. But what I did was not against the law.
And as much as
what I did, millions and millions and millions of Americans do every single fucking day. What I did was against the law, but what I did is what millions and millions and millions of Americans do every single fucking day. And no, I couldn't be prosecuted for it. And so yeah, morally, is it bad? Yeah, it's bad. You don't do what I did. But I was convinced to do what I did. I did not go looking to do what I did. I was convinced to do it. That sucks. How do you say it with double speak like this and not drop a bunch of stupid ass secrets or whatever? But I was convinced to do what I did.
Somebody wants to say it's not a parasocial thing. There are aspects of
later on. I got what I wanted freely offered.
Unavoidable parasociality to all of
because they could see that.
this stuff.
Now, there were also other copycats in this situation as well, too. Some notable mentions is the pissed off.
You know, and I spin in circles about it because I'm like, I am not like worried or whatever. It's more that like it just is more stuff that makes me look bad. But I'm not that bad of a person. I've saved some lives before. I'm not that bad of a person. I've done some terrible, terrible things. To like property. I sold some drugs and I destroyed some property, but that's the extent of the bad things that I've done in my life. I got some people high. I destroyed some property and I stole some money from some people that I don't know. If I did anything to my friends, I confessed to it later and I made it better again. and all of them will attest to this. And that's my thing. Even in a court of law, I don't think I could face a charge for anything. It's kind of insane. Like it would be the court of public opinion would be like, oh, you're a shithead. You got somebody high on a hard drug, you know. But I mean, like, so many people get so many people high on a hard drug all the time. In terms of getting, like, of things that people do, this is up there with like jaywalking or something like that. So many millions of people do that every single day. So many people every day introduce other people to hard drugs. It sucks, but it is true. How do you think we got the opioid crisis? So yeah, you could judge me morally for getting somebody high. Yeah, you could. Good friends don't do that with good friends. But I was convinced to do this. I was convinced. I was cajoled and tricked and traded and quite dirty dealt, honestly. Eventually it was not a dirty deal, but it sat a dirty deal for a long time. It was also a dirty deal I got nothing out of. It was just, you can just, you know, experience some drug addiction. Here's my gift of drug addiction. I'm terribly sorry. Like somebody else wasn't gonna do that to you. Somebody else was gonna do that to you. Somebody else was gonna do that to you. You can't blame. I don't blame. I remember the first time that I got high, and no, I don't hate the person who did it to me. No, I don't. That's a cop out. It was my decision. They offered, but I mean, I was like, "Yep," you know. And no, I don't blame the person who got me high the first time. I don't blame them. It sucks, and it set me off on like a 13-year spin cycle of addiction, and it sucked, you know. It did suck, but do I hate them? The answer is no. I feel like, honestly, they just taught me a lesson, really. It's not a fun lesson, but I wanted the lesson. I asked for it. And that's the best way I know how to talk about this publicly without dropping a bunch of secrets that aren't mine, you know? And still sounding, you can hear the lack of shame in my fucking voice. I did what a good man does. I did say no. I was cajoled and tricked into saying yes. And it's unfortunate, but I mean, like, that's what fucking happened. And you could call that being a scumbag. I don't think meth is that bad. I think the government and the people that say that meth is bad are bad. I don't think meth is that bad. I don't care if Americans do meth, and I've never had that judgment. That's cute little God boy Christian right-winger with their judgments. I don't give a flying fuck if people get high on meth. I cared if it's somebody I really love and I felt like it might affect their life. So I said no a lot for a long time. I was like, nope. But I don't care if people get high on meth. I don't think that's sexually that bad of a thing. I never have. I don't share the same shames. It's weird. Like, yeah, it sucks that I exposed somebody to that. Like they weren't going to get exposed to it somewhere else. You know what I'm saying? Like they weren't going to get exposed. If they were going to go do that trip, you know, how many other people around them have done meth or are currently doing meth? You want to tell me that I was the first, you know, that I'm the only one that's guilty and complicit in this? No. Everybody I know has tried hard drugs. Pretty much everybody I know. You can't blame this on me. Not really. It was not my idea. This came up, this was not my idea. I never even considered it. I was hiding it. I always had my drug use from everybody. And eventually, like, you know, I was pressured. I was like pressured. It's that same old like cliche thing. I want to see what I want to see what you see in it. I want to see what you do. I want to see why you do what you do. I'm super curious. I have to see why you do this to yourself and all this. That was what I was hit with. It was. And I was like, nope. So eventually I was just like, nope. The highest price possible. And I'll say yes. Otherwise, no. The answer is no. And That's what we eventually arrived at. It was insane. It was just like that was how bad they were going to do that. I couldn't do anything. I haven't done that a whole lot in my life either. I don't I can count on both hands how many times I've smoked meth with other people. It's been maybe, well, not on both hands. I guess it would be about 20 or something. But I don't smoke meth around other people. I don't mess it with other people. I'll do it with the dealers. I've had about 5 dealers. I'll do it with the kingpins. I knew about 5 of them in the D-Town circle. I got high with my best friend, which sucks, but I mean, like, I don't know what else to say. That's just the fucking reality, and I was convinced to do so. And I've purchased sex, I've sold drugs, but I haven't done those things like very long. I've only done that first thing once, and then I only sold drugs for 4 years, something like that. And I don't know, but oh, I have to make pickaxes. That's right. I have to make fucking pickaxes, and that's going to be annoying. Or no, do you buy them? I don't know. Maybe I should go look for pickaxes on the market, I guess. Let's see. There's a harvester. There's a hunter. Where's the market at in this town? Like, yeah, I was the Devil's Cabana boy. I'm going to burn. I don't need somebody to tell me that. Their shame isn't something that I feel. I don't care about people doing drugs. I never have. I would legalize if I could. It is not something I feel shame about. Yeah, come see the experience. Many, many millions of people do drugs. Many, 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 many millions. You understand? It's not this thing to be ashamed of. It's kind of like sex or something. It's just not this fucking thing to be ashamed of. You know? It's not this thing that can be held over me that I got somebody high sometime. Yeah, you don't do that to the people that you love. But they pestered me into it. They full blown, like, they really, it was like they were like, you have to show me unless so that somebody else doesn't. And I was like, okay. I mean, at that point, the answer is still no. I still said no. As by the way, the answer was still no. The answer was still no for weeks. The answer was still no. The reasoning was solid. The answer was still no for days. It was like days. I was like, no. It was not my idea. That was not my idea. I did not shove a pipe in someone's hand. You know what I'm saying? Nope. As it was, I don't know, as I recall, we actually had a lot of difficulty finding a pipe, if you recall. Like, I don't think they recall, but I recall. We had difficulty finding a fucking pipe because I hadn't got high a whole lot lately. You know what I'm saying? I hadn't been a real bad person lately. I had settled down and I had gotten almost completely sober. I did not sit there and get high more than a couple of times. Like, I don't know how many times we did it, maybe 5-10 times, something like that. But we did not sit there for a year and just get high. That is not what fucking happened. Not at all. And that was not my idea. When you're in the ghetto and you're living hustle to hustle, and you're stealing food to eat, and you're stuck in a room, and you can't go anywhere because you've got people hunting you, or people that don't like you, or people that know what you did, or that kind of thing, you get high. That's just what you do. You've kind of lost hope. I farted. You know? And I don't feel fucking shame. I don't feel shame. I feel shame that I got a loved one high. I don't think that was going to be something that didn't happen. It was going to happen anyways. Ooh, look, they're selling tools for cheap because I don't want to hassle with this. I want to pay somebody for something that I can use. Yeah, like, give me a nice one. Do you guys sell purples? Yeah, you do. But can I use them? No. What's the problem? Is it level? Oh, it's profession level 50. Okay, I want profession level 50. Oh, you start 1. I want to go to like, oh, I don't know, 20 or something. Oh, I see. Okay, 50, 25. I think I buy... No, I don't even have 25, so I have to buy green pickaxes, I guess. Yeah, I don't see any valid pickaxes here, actually. Oh, wait, no, there was. No. Okay, well, sort by... I guess I gotta go lower. Yeah, lower to... Right about here, they start to turn red. Yeah, here we go. I want these 5. 5 pickaxes, and 5 axes, and 5 sickles, right? Or no, I need 5 pick. I probably don't need. I only probably need like 2 sickles, but let's see. Level 25 or so. Solid axes. I can't use them. Gotta go lower. Lower. There. Stops about there. Wait. Oh, I have to actually like go retrieve the items. What happened to these things that I bought? Where are they? Oh, there we go. I'm sorry. I was looking at the like I was like a little bit weird. I was like, what? Okay, so yeah, I think that's good. So now we're like kind of prepared to do the long haul grind of building a base, and it's gonna take a little while. It's an MMO. It's gonna take all fucking day, but I don't care. I don't care.
Video game nerd.
I built a castle in a game where you didn't build a castle or whatever.
Which, if you ever looked at it as, editing, it was very reminiscent of that early, mid 2000s, very early YouTube content creation. Some of his favorite, reviews of mine have always been when he talks about the Nintendo.
I have never even been remotely close to that fat. Not even.
GameCube, or also known as the Nintendo Shit Cube, so to speak.
And this is what I like to call the Nintendo Cube. The Nintendo Cube.
I mean, it's true. He's right. I mean, fuck that shit. Well, I mean, fuck those discs. Fuck that system. There's not a single good game on that system. I don't think Eternal Nightmare or whatever it is. Eternal something. Eternal Darkness was good. And I think Phantasy Star was good. Other than that, 2 games for that entire fucking console. I don't even think the Mario was good. I can't remember any game on the... Oh, no. Super Monkey Ball was a revolutionary game. But I mean, it's Super Monkey Ball. It was a $5 arcade game on Xbox 360. It's Super Monkey Ball. That's not really a reason to exalt the fucking GameCube. And I feel bad for the people who got hustled. Even the controller, the GameCube controller, is a fucking horrendous nightmare. Fucking way worse than the 64. It was more serviceable than the 64, but it was still a horrible, horrible, horrible controller. Just terrible. Look how the buttons don't even have like a synchronicity of any sort. They're just sort of placed sloppily on the controller, kind of. And you're like, oh, you can reach, it's better if you can reach to left and right. And there was like this start button, but you weren't sure because it was like the red button. And you're like, is the red button cancel or is it start? I hated in the shape of the controller, it was really, really tiny. It was really tiny. So you'd have your hands like scrunched together like this. You'd be like, oh, this controller sucks. It sucks so bad. 64 was way, way worse. Actually, I still think 64 is worse. But I mean, like, yeah, the 64 was just a jack-off controller, just full-blown. Their controllers fucking sucked. Like, the PlayStation 1 controller, the 6-axis, this came out the exact same time. This is sex-axis. Yes, please. The 6-axis came out, And yeah, the PS1 6-axis controller. There it is. See, there it is. There it is. That was a good controller, and it's still a bad controller. It's kind of a fatty. Do you see? How it's kind of a fatty controller a little bit, but it was still a good controller. Nice, serviceable controller with a nice D-pad where it's supposed to be. The 4 buttons where the fuck they're supposed to be. The select and the start where they're supposed to be. Brand new sticks that were revolutionary, but I mean they still stand the test of time. You can still use this PlayStation 1 controller on your PC if you want to. Ooh, did I sell a oh look, I sold a Master at Arms. Nice. Yeah, that's good. Give me my money. Give me my money. Give me my money right now. I'm gonna rob you, nerd. 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 Give me 100 million ISK while I sit here and talk about this 6-axis controller, nerd. I'm gonna take your money, nerd. I love taking nerds' money. You know, I think right now this click-based culture is entirely based on how many friends you have. I have a lot of friends. I do. I actually have a lot of. I've got like hundreds of friends, but I think it actually has to do with what life you lived, and I think I actually do well on both. I do well on both, and that's something that these people that criticized me yesterday, I don't think they can say the same thing. I don't think they were a lead singer in a band. I don't think they were prom king or whatever. Like, I don't think they were like, you know, I don't think they were like, you know, the best priests in the world at one point. I don't think they've been a streamer. I don't think they've ever owned a house or any of this other stuff. I don't think I'm a loser. It's kind of funny. By my low I must admit, they are a lower classes person's standards. But by a lower classes person's standards, I am not a loser. I own a home. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a loser. I don't know anybody from the lower class who owns a home. Do you? I don't think so. That's a rental culture. You know what I'm saying? So like, yeah, I'm doing good. I'm doing so good. You can lie. You can call me fat or call me a liar. Ooh, Melina. Ooh, I'm gonna shoot you. Shoot you. Shoot you. I will shoot you. Oh, you don't want to fight? Come on, fight. There's nothing else to do. We just have this long butt fuck journey. Let's go. Come on, fight me. Anyways, I'm sorry, not butt fuck journey, but it's butt fuck Egypt. We're going to butt fuck Egypt. What else is there to do? Fight me, bitch. What was I gonna say? Yeah, by the standards of a real man, I'm doing okay. I even didn't get a felony. I was a drug dealer for 4 years. I did not get a felony. I don't even have a felony. I'm not a loser. I don't have a felony. I am not a loser. I'm not. I can go buy liquor and food right now. I have money in my bank account. I have a home. I have a life. I'm on disability. I'm never going to have to worry again. I don't know what the standards of a good man in America is, but for me it's not foundering. I am not foundering. I am thriving. I am making money. You understand? I am doing what you could call a job, but to me it's like a career hobby, you know? And I'm even making money doing that off of AdSense. I'm making $1,000 a year off of AdSense now, which isn't much money, no. But it's still like living your dream. You understand, bitch? I'm living my dream. You can say all these nasty things about me, but it doesn't change the fact that I'm winning. All these trolls too. It doesn't change the fact that I'm winning. You can say lolcow stuff, but it doesn't matter. Oh yeah, that drug dealer dude is such a winner. You know, I know that it sucked. But I did it successfully. I walked away. No jail time, nothing. I did it successfully. Same thing. Same thing with like this. I've done this successfully. I built a Uber business successfully and drove a fancy car around and stuff. Like, you know, I don't know at what point that's supposed to be. I don't know. At what point is that a loser? I wouldn't call me a loser, no. And I took it personally. This is why I don't deal with humans. They're nasty, nasty pieces of shit. They're just nasty, nasty pieces of shit. All of them. I think even my mother is sort of nasty in some ways. Sort of nasty. Like, I don't know. Now, not all of the PlayStation controllers were good, by the way. The experimental one sucked. But I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I think that is a cool controller. I like the design of the controller. I think that's such a dope controller, actually. It just wasn't a good controller. It was made out of rigid plastic, and they didn't know how to make the right kind of haptic feedback type controller yet. But yeah, my favorite controller of all time is the PS4 controller. That's the perfect one. But for some reason, I ended up with Xbox One controllers because they're always cheaper. I think I sent a couple of controllers to Cloud Candy. I'm not really sure. Pink ones. I always think it's funny to send a pink controller to a girl because I know that the guys around them are going to end up using it. It's not the first controller I bought for a girl. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And anyways, yeah. I thought about doing it again recently. I was like, I'm going to buy a pair of headphones that just looks like a pair of unisex headphones or whatever. That's fine. Yeah, and it's like, yes, I'm a piece of shit, but I'm a successful piece of shit. I'm a successful piece of shit. I own it right on stream. I'm a successful piece of shit. The only lies that I have are other people's lies. They're not mine. All my shit is completely out in the open. I have no shame. I don't care that I got somebody high. I know that sounds fucking fucked up, but I don't. I don't actually care that I got somebody high. I feel bad that I affected their life negatively, but it was not my idea. It really was not my idea. It was not my plan. I did not propose it. I did not go to the last bridge on the river Kwai or whatever. I did not push that level. I did not push it. It was not my plan. That was not my plan to do that. I was like bribed and threatened and cajoled into doing it essentially, and I was like, okay. I mean, at that point, what can I do? I can't say anything. You're it's just sort of insane. So, yeah, and at that point, it's like morally, I think I could look my mother in the eyes and tell her the story. I think this is the sort of story that like Mick Jagger has to tell his parents. It's sort of crazy. Did you get that girl high? Well, yeah, I got her high. Yeah, she forced me to. Yeah, I got her high. Yes, I did. I could see Mick Jagger having a conversation with his parents about this when he's like 60. They're like, "Did you get that girl high on cocaine?" And he's probably like, "Yeah, well, yeah, I got her high. Yes, I did. There was no way I was going to convince that girl not to do drugs. There was just no way. It's a rock star story. It's not this piece of shit ghetto drug dealer story that it sounds like from the outside. It's this rock star story. Yeah, I got that girl high. I've got some girls high in my time. I don't go looking for it. They get me. I mean, it's not like it's some weird trap or something. No, I've got some girls high on meth. Yeah, and they've like demanded it. It's kind of insane. I've met some Craigslist girls who demanded it. You know what I'm saying? I've met some girls who have demanded it from me. I don't know if you've ever had a cool life like that, where you're living like that rock star life, where you own the flop house and you're driving the Uber car that all of your drug friends use to transport their drugs and stuff, and you're selling drugs to a rock star's daughter and all this other stuff. I'm dead serious. You're selling drugs to another kingpin who is a rock star's daughter. I'm dead serious. That was the kind of shit I was doing in Denver. Yes, I got that girl high. No, I do not feel shame. Yes, it was her idea. I'm very, very sorry for all of the damage. I feel a lot of shame, and I could cry all the 1,000 tears of the bucket about how terrible it was that I did that. And I feel terrible all the time, and I tell them all the time. You know? I tell them all the time. I'm like, I'm so sorry that I played the worst role anybody's ever played in your fucking life. I tell them all the time. I'm like, I'm so sorry that I did that. I tell them all the time. It is not something that we hid or that we have this battle over or that we ignore or deny like it's a denial in Egypt and stuff. And so when I look at myself socially, did you conduct yourself like an asshole here? Yeah, I should have just stuck to the no. It's really, 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 really hard to tell the woman that you love no. It's really fucking hard. You ever tried? They're naive. They want to pass all of this social media judgment because they were raised by Shane Dawson. But they are naive. Life is like this. People cheat on their fucking spouses. It's bullshit, but it does happen. It's stupid. It's like, you know, or people have drug addictions. People go to the mental asylum. People get busted for trespassing or whatever. Like, you know, that happens. It's stuff like that does happen. Am I an asshole? Absolutely. But I think the fact that I own it makes me a lot better than most of the other assholes out there who slink around in the shadows like I used to. You know, I hid my drug addiction from my girlfriend for a long time. Am I proud of this? No. I had a drug addiction. It was meth. I'm not proud of it. Do I feel shame? Yes, it destroyed everybody's life. It destroyed everybody that I knew's life. Is that my fault or is that meth's fault? You know? And did it destroy our lives? No. No. I would say, and I would not say that meth destroyed our lives either. It just led to a dark place, you know? And I feel shame for destroying someone's life. I cry about it all the time. The second time that I came to my attempted suicide, and I came and I gambled to the table, I sent them $1,200 worth of stuff off of Amazon, and I stole from my family. It's the loser's goodbye, you know? That made me a loser, I would say. That makes me more of a loser. Like that time I stole $1,200 from my parents and just sent it to my ex-girlfriend the day that I thought I was going to die. You know what I'm saying? I think that makes me a loser. The fact that I am willing to hurt family, or that I'm willing to steal money from her, to control her, or that I'm willing to trade with her things that you shouldn't trade, like getting high and shit like that. I just, you know, I'm sorry. I'm a weak person when it comes to the person that I love. And do I feel shame for my drug addiction? No. Do I feel shame that she had a drug addiction or at least experienced some ravages of coming close to it kind of thing? No. Life is what happens when you make plans. Somebody else was going to put that fucking pipe in her hand. It wasn't just going to be me. Some girl was going to put that pipe in her hand. It wasn't just going to be me, you know? And I'm sorry that person got high, you know? And at this point, it sounds like I'm mocking them, and that's not the intention here. It's just, I'm supposed to feel super, super fucking guilty for being convinced to get somebody high. You understand? I don't feel fucking super guilty. I feel guilty that it caused them damage because I'm a realist person, you know? It caused them damage, and I paid, I supported them. I stayed there with them every second of it. I fought the battles with them. I still fight the battles with them. I fucking fight these battles with them. And I never turned my back. I never harmed them. I never laid a finger on them. I never, you know, I never touched anything I shouldn't touch. I didn't, you know, I didn't, and when I get down to it morally, I'm not sure what much more I was other than a friend who had a drug addiction, who had a bad influence. What else is it? It's a friend who had a drug addiction, who had a bad influence on their best friend because they had a drug addiction. Well, and the fact that they're in love with their best friend. That, but we all know that about Skycatlive. She's not the first one either. I have had 5 of these. Fucking 5 of these. I've had 5 relationships like this. Where I'm in love with my best friend. It's the best friendship she has in her life. The men in her life can't handle it. They call me a simp. But I don't ever pay them money. I think the most money I've given... I think if you were to add up all the money I've ever given to women before, it would be like $2,000. You know what I'm saying? $2,000 or something like that, and it was all because of mistakes that I made or shit like that. Not because of like bad mistakes, but you know, like for instance, I stole money, I fessed up to it, I paid back double. You know what I'm saying? I paid back like double what I took. And I was like, I am so fucking sorry. I'm so sorry. That's an example of something really shitty I did. But I could go to a confessional and I could talk to a priest and I could be like, but I confessed to the person, Father. I could go to the priest, I could kneel and I could pray with the Father, and I could tell the Father. I've done this before in my life. I've gone and done to the confessional before. I came up in Catholic school, motherfucker. I went to fucking Vespers and fucking church every Wednesday and shit for until I was like 12 years old or something like that. And I could go and I could do the confessional to the priest. And I could be like, this is what I did. This is what I did because of it. These are the things I did to try to right the wrong. I need, you know, I'm here to confess. I could confess for these sins, and I don't think I would be given that many Hail Marys. You understand? I held myself accountable. I did not hide the fact that I got my best friend high from anybody. I did not hide it from anybody that I don't want them knowing their business or whatever. But I can tell my business on my stream, which was that everybody the fuck knew that we lived at the fucking meth crack house. Everybody knew. Hundreds of people fucking knew. Hundreds of people still know. Hundreds of people will always knew that my best friend and I lived at the goddamn meth crack house. Hundreds of people came through there in the time that we lived there. Hundreds of people. They knew. It always goes to this thing where some person is trying to shame me or something like this. And I'm like, well, yeah, but I lived out loud. So what could you say, bitch? What could you say? Everybody knew what we were doing there. Everybody knew. It's not some fucking secret. It wasn't just us. It wasn't just my best friend and I. It was hundreds of fucking people. She can tell you about times where in our backyard we had like 12 fucking people. Trust me, and no, you can't blame one person's drug use on another person. It's their choice to do it. They took the pipe. They were like, light me up. That's not you know, that's not me. I said no. To the point where they were like, you're going to lose me if you don't say yes. And at that point I was like, well, what can I do then? You know what I'm saying? I still said no. And I was like, nope, I'm putting a price on it then. Nope, because I don't want to say yes. And I don't want it. So I'm going to put the highest price that you can fucking think of on it because I still don't want to say yes. And I fought her for fucking weeks, you know? I can confess about this live specifically because everybody knows. Everybody. The man whose house that we lived at knows. Everybody knows. Everybody the fuck knows. Everybody knows. It's a small town, Denver. It's a big, huge city, but it's a small town, Denver. It's you know, everybody fucking knows. These people, they want to shame me. They've never lived in a small town situation out loud in front of a bunch of fucking people. You ever been a drug dealer in front of all your friends before? I have. I've lived out loud the entire time. I'm supposed to feel shame. I don't. It's not like I'm bragging. I'm saying that I don't feel shame. I don't feel shame for just being myself. I've never felt shame for doing drugs. I feel shame for getting somebody high who had caused them some problems, but that was their idea. It was not my idea. You know? It really was their idea. It's not some lie. It's, you know, God's honest truth. I'll go right out there. I'll take a public confessional right in the fucking church. God's honest truth, stack on a stack of fucking Bibles. It was not my fucking idea. Not my idea. Understand? I hid my drug use from everybody. My mother, my girlfriend. It didn't come up. Honestly, when it did come up, I was surprised by it. I had been using for, I don't know, 2 years or something. I had relapsed 2 years before when I lost my XM. She was a heroin junkie on the streets of Denver, and I lost my XM, and I relapsed, and I was on meth for 2 years when I met my best friend, and yeah, I was a shitty druggie, but no, I did not spread that disease to her willingly. No. I can say that publicly because it is the truth. I don't even think it's harmful to her, really. Who the fuck cares if you ask somebody to get high? That's not something to feel shame about. Oh, you wanted to see what a drug was like? Okay. Do a line of cocaine. Are you Satan now because you got high? No. You got high one time. Congratulations. You had a life experience. It's not something to feel shame about. Congratulations. You got out of your box a little bit. You did something adventurous. It was your idea, not mine. It really was. Sure, I want to drag people down or whatever to my level, to the lower class, and show them what it's like to live with a poor person. Yeah, that's an agenda that I have. I want to drag a woman down to my lower class lifestyle. I absolutely do. It fucking sucks. Not to meth, just my lower class lifestyle. You know what I'm saying? I do. I want to suck them down to it. Come live in my tiny house with my disability money off my $7,000 a year. Like be happy that you lived your life, and don't feel shame about the mistakes that you made. Live out loud. And I do this all the time, and I try to keep my secrets. I try to keep other people's secrets if I can, but I don't have any secrets, and this is one of the costs of that. They know what the cost of being Skycatlive's friend is I'll probably steal from you at some point. I'll probably convince you to do something you never ever would have done. And this is the fucking deal when you hang out with Skycatlive. Anybody will fucking tell you. That's the fucking deal. You knew the deal. You knew the fucking deal when you fucking hung out with me. You knew what the fucking deal was. You knew what my personality was. In the first time that I ever met my best friend, she was like, "What do you do?" And I was like, "Well, I didn't want to admit that I was a heroin junkie or a methamphetamine junkie, but I was like, I spent the last 2 years doing drugs on the streets with my ex-girlfriend, who is now on the streets, homeless, and I've lost track of her, and I'm living in the back of the coffee shop in a burnt-out restaurant while I figure out where to find her and what to do to save her." And she was like, "What?" And I was like, I have a stripper girlfriend who's on drugs, who's on the streets, who I haven't seen in 3 weeks. That was the day that I met Cloud Candy. I was like, yeah, I have an stripper girlfriend who's on the streets, who is doing heroin. She's gone back to the needle. She hasn't touched it in 10 years, but she's gone back to the fucking needle now. She smoked heroin for a long time. She didn't find that out till later. And I was like, and I love her. And it's not just that she's my girlfriend. It's that she's my best friend. and it's been like that for 7 years. And then I lost her. She shot up terrible disease right the fuck in front of her, and I was in front of me, and I was like, I'm just not doing this with you anymore. I'm not going to watch you be self-destructive like this. The kid's telling you that the rinse M has HIV and fucking Hep C. I can almost laugh about it now. I can't laugh about it. The rinse had Hep C and HIV. The kid was like, I am positive for Hep C and HIV. Take that rinse from her. And I was like, I can't take that from her. She'll jab me with the motherfucking needle. I can't take that from her. Are you fucking kidding? I told him right to his face. I was like, I can't take this needle from her. And she was like, that's right, I will. She was like, don't you try. And I was like, I won't. I was like, I can't take that needle from her. She'll fucking stab me with it. Nope. So, like, you know, so I got out of the car and never ever saw her again. Not ever again. 7 years, and then boom, never ever saw her again. Just poof, gone. I hope she found her way home someday. You know, I have a song that I play when I think of her by a band called Scary Kids Scaring Kids called Holding On, where it's like where he like he I don't know why, but he closes out. Well, I know why, because he's in love with a heroin girl, and he himself, the lead singer of Scary Kids Scary Kids Scaring Kids, he overdosed and died. But I know why he was singing the song about holding on to hold on. I wasn't holding on because X was my girlfriend anymore at that point at all anymore. She wasn't having sex. She was so high on heroin all the time. She wasn't having sex. It was that, you know, she was just my best friend. I was just holding on because she was my best friend, and that's what I'm doing right now. I'm holding on. I'm holding on to my best friend. I don't care. I don't care what they say. I don't care if she dates somebody. I don't care if they get married. I don't care what happens. I'm holding on to my motherfucking best friend because guess what? She didn't do something stupid. She didn't do something stupid like M did. She didn't fuck me over like M did. She kept the friendship. She's never done me wrong. She's never treated me wrong. If she's ever done me wrong, it's because she's got her own reasons, and I understand them. You know what I'm saying? She's never done me wrong in a way that I ever thought was like something that I ever wanted to be mad at her about. All the rest of them have. Even my first girlfriend, first one did cocaine. First one did cocaine in the bathroom with her crew while I was tripping too hard on acid, and I needed her on her 16th birthday on Valentine's Day. That's what she did. And then she broke up with me the next day. She was like, I think we both have drug problems, and I don't think we're good for each other, and I think we need to take a break because you brought an acid dealer to my birthday party that ruined the lives of like 100 of my friends. And I was like, yeah, well, I mean, they all bought acid because they thought I brought a bunk acid dealer. But I didn't bring a bunk acid dealer. I brought the best acid dealer in Denver. I don't fuck around. You understand? I didn't bring a fucked up acid dealer. I brought a real, Triad Dragon acid dealer friend of mine who was a mod. And she dumped me over this because all of her friends were high for 40 hours or something like that all weekend when they had to deal with their parents and shit like this. It wasn't my fault that they all fucking bought gel tabs off my friend V. It wasn't my fault. It was not my fault. We should not have lost that relationship. She broke up with me over that. She was like, it's my birthday. You're tripping on acid. I did cocaine because I'm so pissed at you for tripping on acid. I think both of us have problems with drugs. And I was like, yeah, I mean, you did cocaine. I did acid. You know what I'm saying? I didn't do cocaine like you. I don't like cocaine. I've never liked cocaine. I was like, you're the one who did a hard drug. I just did acid with all of your fucking friends. 100 of us were tripping. They were all line dancing and shit like that. It was insane. I pissed the girl's bed. She had a spare bed in the next room. I had to buy a new mattress and shit. I broke her lightning globe. I was so high. I took 4 gel tabs. I shouldn't have. They were way too fucking strong. I should have only taken 2. I took 4, and 4 is not that many. But that kid wasn't fucking around. He was not fucking around. He had pure acid, like straight from fucking Timothy Leary and shit. And so, yeah, I get into gonzo problems like that. I lose the girl that I lost my virginity to over acid and cocaine. You know what I'm saying? I've had problems like that my whole life. And she was my best friend. Next one was the metal girl. I can do high fidelity, right? I could do high fidelity with John Cusack too. The next girl was the metalhead prom queen princess, and I didn't want to be the fucking prom king. I didn't want to date the most popular girl in the school. That's not my fucking style. I'm this like stoner music kid who does like to party but doesn't hang out with popular kids. I hang out with the metalheads and the punkers and the fucking burnout rejects and the fucking druggy girls and the psycho girls who will eat cat food in front of you who are dressed up like goths and stuff like this, or like, people that have been in car chases before, people that ride motorcycles really fast and stuff like this, and weird cult of personality people like mechanics and stuff like this. Like, I have a master mechanic friend who's a master at the art of motorcycle maintenance. He is a master mechanic. That was his job for 40 years and shit, you know? I was a taxi driver and shit. I had a career. I was a taxi driver. And it's just weird. After, okay, and that, so the second girl was a heavy metal queen. She was my best friend. She picked up the pieces after the first girl dumped me over doing acid and cocaine at her birthday party on Valentine's Day. At the she threw a rave at her house, not her house, but our friend Rachel's house, and like she threw a fucking party at our friend Rachel's house, and for her birthday, which was Valentine's Day. It was a Valentine's Day, JK's birthday, and fucking just rave. It was just a full blown rave. It was like a 200-person rave at my friend Rachel's house, and I brought the only real acid dealer, and she dumped me because of this. She thought I really still think this too. I never really trusted her ever again. I never really wanted to date her ever again. Well, I really wanted to date her again for like 2 years. I went outside her bedroom and I played a boom box outside her fucking window. I'm dead serious too. I like really wanted her back. I was like, we shouldn't have broken up. We didn't cheat on each other. We didn't do anything. We just got high. Why did we break up? And she was like, nope. I've met somebody new. I'm going on to the dance with them. Just deal with it. And I was like, and she was like, we're young. Just deal with it. And I was like, oh, okay, I get it. But no, she knew why. It's because we do have drug issues. Both her and I have drug issues. It probably always have. It probably always will. Hers was because she was raped. For me, it's my father was not abusive, just negligent and absent, And so chemicals are how I deal with my reality. And and that was the second girl. She was the metalhead. She cheated on me on my own goddamn bed that I bought in my apartment, and I put her through masseuse school. Now I didn't pay directly like tens of thousands of dollars to the masseuse school. Her student aid did that, but I paid for the rent and I supported her and I fed her and clothed her and bought everything she owned and everything like that for about 2.5 years when we got out of high school. And that was a good relationship, but then she fucked some dude on my bed, right? Let's see, the next one. The next one is my friend B. She was my best friend since I was 16, and she was always there, even through those other relationships. She was always there, and I even lived with her since I was 16. She was literally my roommate since I was 16, and she was my best friend. But one of our other roommates was her boyfriend for 9 years. It was 9 years. It was so hard, and I was there waiting. I waited 9 years for that relationship to end. I was like, how does this high school relationship never ever end? It's like the one relationship in the school that kept going. It just kept going for 9 years, fucking all the way past college. They were still together, and I was like, God damn it, she hates him so much. She's cheated on him like 7 times. We know it. She's cheated on him with his best friend. He's my best friend. Well, it was just insane. It was just like we knew all this stuff about her. It was just like, why are they still together? Nobody knew. Their best friends got married and all this, so I think they thought they were gonna get married and stuff, but no, she couldn't stand him. She would tell me all the time how she couldn't stand him. Eventually she was like, I can't even stand being in the same room as him. The last time that I was around them both at the same time before they finally broke up, like we were in the sand dunes tripping on acid again, and like it was weird, and they were breaking up because they were on acid, and I was like, I can't live through this again. I lost my first relationship like because of acid. You guys are breaking up at the sand dunes while we're on acid, and we're lost in the desert, and the dog might die, and we just can't have you break up in the sand dunes right now. And they broke up. They broke up in the fucking sand dunes. We had to take separate cars home. It was so fucking bad. And like around 4:30 in the morning, I like took his hand and I took her hand, and I was like, we have to have love. We have to have love now for about 5 hours. Not like sex or anything like that. I'm not being a creeper. I was like, we have to have love until we get out of the terrible sand dunes. You guys can break up. You can act like you haven't been friends since you were 12 years old. You can act like the friendship isn't falling apart. But you need to have love. You need to have love here. You need to have love. You need to have love. You can't treat each other like this while we're tripping balls on acid in the fucking dunes. You can't do this. And I was like, you can't do this right now. You can do it in 8 hours when we get to the bathroom or whatever when we get home, but you can't do this now. It was so bad. I was trying to preserve, like, that was me, my friend L, his wife, my third, and M, the person dating my third, B, and yeah, and I like, you know, like uh it was just terrible. So then 2 years later, she moves out to California with my other best friends who I lived with since I was 16, and we were all neighbors and/or next door friends, or we lived in apartments with each other, all in this huge fiveplex that all of my best friends lived in. It was the greatest period of my life. And so B moves out to California, and I propose to her in a fucking hotel room. And she doesn't say it in so many words, but she was like, "No, I like cocaine and I like dick." Do you understand how the cocaine thing and the acid thing keeps coming up over and over and over again? It's kind of fucking annoying. You understand why I'm bringing this up a little bit? It comes up a lot. My best friends, they like hard drugs. I am not a good influence on them. Cocaine, acid, and speed comes up a lot in the destruction of the relationships of the people that I am around. Is this my fault? No. I mean, no. I would say this time it is. With my best friend, it is my fault, yeah. But not the other times, no. I didn't cause these other problems. And so when I get down on my knees and I give her the surprise of her, well, probably the first surprise of her life. She's probably gotten a couple. But I give her the first really big surprise of her life, and I like got on my knees and I proposed to her, and she was like, "I've never even slept with you, and you're asking me to marry you?" And I was like, "Yeah, because you are my best friend. I've known you since I was 16. I've loved you since the day that I met you. Yes." And she was like, "I'm not going to marry you." And I was like, "Okay, that hurts. Okay, why?" And she was like, and she was laughing, and she was like, "It's not because I don't love you or I wouldn't marry you." And she actually says, she was like, "It's not that I don't love you or I wouldn't marry you. It's actually not that." She was like, "I like cocaine and sleeping around too much. I'm 25, and I know." She like literally said this to me. She was like, "I'm a young, successful banker who sees hot dudes at her work all the time, and I do cocaine with them, and I like sleeping with them." And she was like, "I'm not giving up being single right now. I'm not doing that." And I was like, "That's okay." I was like, "That's okay. That's okay." You ever been turned down? Like it wasn't that I wasn't good enough. It was really, it was okay. And then we proceeded to, on top of it, she was like, "You made it awkward. It sucks." But on top of her, I proceeded to drive her into California and get her moved in and all this other stuff. And then I was like, I don't know if we'll probably ever see each other again. When I left, I was crying when I last saw her. I was like, "I don't think we're ever going to see each other again. I'm so sorry for what I did." I was like, I didn't mean to make it so weird. She was like, "It's okay. You believed in what you were doing. I don't think what you did was bad." She was like, "Not at all. I don't think you should feel shame, and you shouldn't feel like I'm not saying no to you because of some shortcoming of yours. You are my best friend too." She was like, "You are my best friend too. This is not some shortcoming of yours. This is just me. This is who I am." And I was like, "Okay, that's okay." And this is not the first time that I've heard this either. That's not the first time I've heard this either. That is not the first girl who's told me that either. And that's okay. I understand when you aren't ready to settle down. That's okay. That's not the first time that's happened to me either. So, and then that was my third. My fourth was H. No, I'm sorry. My let me think about this. No. My fourth was M. Yep, M. And I've talked about M repeatedly on this stream because she's the one that's most distant in my memory. She's the one, well, besides Cloud, but I mean, like, she's the one that's most distant in my memory. I'm sorry, most recent in my memory, because, like, I went through the most drama with her. We were together for 5 years, 7 years, something. I don't know how long it was. 5 years, I think, since 2013 until 2018, I think it was. Yeah, 5 years, something like that. I don't know. It's a heroin haze. And, yeah, M shot, like, so like, I've got complaints with girls. I don't hate women, but I have complaints with the girls that I've dated. They take my heart and they shove a spearhead through for no reason. And I've learned now that, yeah, like, having a broken heart makes you an asshole. It's just not a good look to women either. It's not a good look to be it's not a good look to look like Eeyore all the time. And I don't look like Eeyore. I don't. There are days when I'm pissed off and I'm screaming and stuff, and there's days when I'm sad, like yesterday. But I am not Eeyore. I don't think you can say that I am Eeyore. I don't live my life like Eeyore, no. And so, yeah. And so then there was my ex H, who would text me 400 times a day while I was out doing drug deals, like totally ignoring her. And I did. I totally ignored her because I like it was her idea to date. It was not mine. I was doing only casual at that point. I was banging drug girls and only drug girls, and she was a drug girl. And I was like, no, I don't want to do an LTR right now because I deal with too many women in my job. And she was like, well, I don't really care if you sleep with them. Just come home to me at night. And I was like, well, I mean, I need a place, and you live in the best apartment in Denver. She lived in the best apartment in Denver. It's literally the best apartment in Denver. It wasn't like it was fancy. It was a crappy apartment, but it was locationally based. Like, it's where Voodoo Donuts is in Denver, and it is like the best. Like, there's a Burger King on the corner. There's a Voodoo Donuts on the best. There's the best donut shop in the world is on the corner. The fucking there's a Burger King on the corner. There's a Dollar General on the corner. There's a King Soopers, there's a Taco Bell, but it's also Park Hill. It's the most prestigious area in Denver, but it was a crappy apartment that was only worth $400 a month or whatever it was. She was paying rent control somehow because she was autistic. And so she was like, I really want an autistic boyfriend. And and she was like, you mentioned you're trying to get appeals for Asperger's. And I was like, yeah, I'm not going to be a drug dealer forever. And she was like, if I fuck you right now, will you move in with me? And I was like, yes. What would you say? I was like, yes. I mean, I didn't ask her. She was like, if I fuck you right now, will you move in with me? And I was like, yes. And now my problem with H is while she was probably a pretty girl, I would say as far as plain girls go, she was actually pretty. But I didn't find her attractive. Now, how do you say this to a girl? I said it to her later. I was like, I don't find you attractive. It was weird. I mean, I found her attractive enough to fuck her. But I did not find her attractive enough to want to marry her. Do you understand? And I learned this from my ex-H. I have a beauty standard that's actually my main standard for marriage. I don't care if they cheat. I don't care if they sell sex. I don't care if they do drugs. I don't care if they keep men. I don't care what they do at all. You understand? I don't care what the fuck they do. I do not care about that. Never did, never have, never will. I don't care what they do. I suspected that H was sleeping around. I suspected that A was sleeping around. I like all my exes, and like I just like I don't care that much about that. Just don't sneak around. Don't lie to me or whatever. I don't care. Like I don't care what you do, but like you're not my property or whatever. You understand? And this was something that I got like with my relationship with H, where like, and that was my fifth. Right. And there was and then there was another one too, who, and we never dated, but we were best friends. And there was another one too, who I was very, very close to, who I would eat dinner with her and her mother every night for like 2 years. My friend A. And while we never had a relationship, we were about as close as anybody can be if you aren't like a brother and sister. Like, for instance, my favorite memory of A is she was like, you can be my best friend. She was like, you came in faster than anybody's ever come into my life. My mother loves you. My friends love you. My drug dealers love you. I've never met anybody who like this is that friends thing. I think people think that I don't have friends because I choose to be alone, but no, most people actually really love me. And it's weird. And she was like, I've never had this weird effect where I wanted to trust somebody so much more than I've wanted to trust you. And she was like, I don't really understand this. And I was like, well, I make friends with women first of all, and I make friends with powerful women too, who bend men over their okay. My mother bends men a wrap. Okay. What's that song by the Police? It's wrapped around your finger, right? My mother wrapped like 500 dudes around her finger all of her life, and I'm not talking about sexually or something like that. I'm talking about business wise. She fully dominated like 500 men or something in her life as a CEO. She definitely did. I watched her do it. For like 13 years she did this. And like she dominated men. Where do you think I get it from? I hate men. I can't stand men, and I've never backed down from a man either. And neither did she. You know what I'm saying? I don't care. I don't care about what fucking men say. I don't care if they threaten me with guns or threaten to kill me or beat me or any of their stupid ass right-wing bullshit men, toxic bullshit. I don't care what you threaten me with. I'm still not afraid of you. I got cats like you too. You know, this thing about like powerful women. All of these women were powerful. My friend B, she was powerful. A had like 50 men in her wake. All of them are like this. They're all like this. I have a type. I see them and I go after them. And they always have 50 men in their wake, and I'm the one who ends up being their best friend. It's weird. Or sleeping with them. They dominate the metal crowd. They dominate the rave scene crowd. They dominate a small town crowd. They dominate wherever it is that they are. For instance, one of them dominated the kids shelter. She was living in the kids shelter when I met her. One of them was living in a kids shelter, you know. Like literally, like I wasn't dating her or anything like that. I didn't touch her again. I did not even kiss her. She was living in a kid's shelter when I met her, but I did not even touch her again for another 5 years or something. And we did date when I was like 22, or so she was 22 and I was 38. But I didn't touch her when she was young at all or anything like that. Nothing like that at all. I promise. It's that, she was like the most popular girl in the kids shelter. You know what I'm saying? It was fucking insane. The only reason I knew her is she was in the back of the coffee shop a lot. And then she lived in the neighborhood. So when I walked through, I would see her sometimes. And like, I didn't go looking for her. I wasn't hanging around kids shelters, anything weird like that. I promise. It's that, just that, at the coffee shop, you might meet kids. I mean, I met a lot of kids at the coffee shop at the back of Stella's, and a lot of those people are still my friends too. And I can go back to Stella's and I can be like, here's a bunch of them. They're all 30 years old now. All those people that I met, like her, they're all like 26 to 30 years old now. It's been 5 to 10 years, So if they were like 16 when I met them, they're like 22 or something like that. If they were like 22 when I met them, they're like 27 now and shit like that. Like she was like I think 19 when I met her, or no, she was 18 when I met her. Yeah, and we never did anything until later, like another 5 years, I think, something like that. But that was my fifth, was H, and she was several powerful lessons. One of them is the woman that I'm going to settle down with must be beautiful. I don't need her to conform to societal norms, but she must be beautiful. And I'm talking with the kind of power and beauty that commands men's attention and completely conforms the room around her. That is a requirement. All of the women that I've dated have been like that in their own different way. Although I don't think H was the muggle that I dated. H was a muggle. She believed herself to be magical, but she had no magical capability. I tried for years. She was not a witch. She really wanted to be, but she was not a witch. She was, and all of these women were witches and have definitely cast spells before and done crazy things. Like change people's hair colors and stuff like this. All of these women are witches that have done crazy things right in front of me. All of them. I watched a particularly strong spell one time. My ex, or not ex, but whatever, my best friend, whatever the fuck you want to call it, whatever. I don't know. Like yeah, we dated. We lived in the same room for a year. Is that dating? I don't know. What do you call that? It sucks. Just because you respect the girl and you're working on a relationship and you're desperate to fuck her, I'm still desperate to fuck her. But do I want to push that and lose the relationship? The answer is no. And it's still not. You know what I'm saying? And it's still not. It's weird. So it's like no, like sleeping with your best friend is so weird. Have you ever done it? I have. It's so weird and fucking naughty. It's so weird. It's like sleeping with family or something. It's weird and sick. I had a problem doing it the first time. I had no problem the second time. But I definitely did have a problem doing it the first time. It was creepy. It was frankly creepy. Well, let's see. I didn't have a problem doing it the first time. It was really magical. The second time, I did not have a problem doing it. The third time I did, and the fourth time, I really did. I had a serious problem the fourth time. I'm talking erectile dysfunction. The fourth time when I slept with my friend, I was like, I keep getting the feeling that this is the last straw. This will probably be what killed the relationship or whatever. It didn't, thank God. But I don't know if you ever made the mistake of sleeping with your best friend. It's fucking sick. It's sick. You could shame me for that. Don't sleep with your best friend. Just don't do it. That's the fetish that makes me a pervert. You understand? Not any of my other fetishes or anything like that. Wait, what? No, wait, what? Is the server down? Now I can't hit a back button? Oh, no, there we go. So I must have hit the wrong server. America 1, Channel 4. There we go. Yeah, it's weird and sick to sleep with your best friend, but if you love them romantically, all of the entire relationship, it's kind of sick too. It's kind of sick as well. And a lot of people can boil this down to like getting cucked or simped or something like this. But no, I don't give her any money. No. I don't buy her. I don't, no. It's this thing about she's my best friend and I don't want to ruin the best friendship that I've ever had in my life. And it's weird because I've had good male friendships and stuff that were the best friends of my life. But I don't care about them like I do her. Is that weird? I know that they're going to be fine. I don't think she's going to be fine. She's never been fine. She's like me. She's never been totally fine. Part of that is why we're friends. I mean, it genuinely is. Did we move something here? We did. Oh, no, we didn't. What happened? I dumped my potions. Okay, dumped the potions. Oh, I dumped the acorns. Did I? No. I have to go back. Son of a bitch. I'm so far. Where did I go? Where did I go? Why am I here? I'm in a town. Look at this shit. I just wandered to some town? How did that happen? Where the fuck am I? I rode this mountain to a town. Okay. Well. Look, it is cool. There's a town right there. So, I didn't plan to come here. I just came here. I love it. I love it. It's exploration at its best. I'm not going to be able to get my stuff out of the bank in this town, but I can buy acorns and stuff, so there we go. You can go on and try to boil these complex relationships down to a single word to try and insult somebody. But it just wasn't like that. It's like a fucking 7-year-old friendship. It's lasted 7 years. You know, it's lasted me stealing money from her. It's lasted like me getting her addicted to drugs. It's lasted I don't know. It's lasted through. I've had no, I've had two. Well, if you count her, I've had three. She's had four, three or four, five something, four or five boyfriends in that interim or something. I've had three girlfriends in that time. Like I don't know. Like, like in that 7 years, like so like, but the friendship lived on. We don't talk a lot because I'd neglect her because I'm a 5 hour streamer. But we can still tell each other our deepest secrets. That has not changed in any way or form. And that's weird. I can't tell my best friend that I knew since I was 13 years old all of my deepest secrets. Some of them involve him. Some of them some of them hurt him. You know what I'm saying? I can't tell him some stuff, but I can tell her everything. So I was shopping her for wife. I was like, "Oh, I would love kids in a marriage, but I don't care. I also don't care. I also don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I wouldn't mind those things, but I don't care." So this town is called Kanikla with a Q, Kanikla. We need to go to a pet trainer. I like the town. All the stuff around it is kind of too... So I do need to see the pet trainer and the mount tamer. Does this town have that? Why would you make this huge empty town? Dear God, why? Oh no, there. Okay, there we go. Never mind. I was like, what? Okay, so this is where I'm going. Can I do a mark? Can you do a mark in this game or whatever? Yeah, I want to mark. I want to go to the mark. How do you mark? Control left click. Control left click. Yeah, go there. Look at this. I got teleported due to a server restart all the way east to G25 zone. Now I'm going to have to ride back, but I don't think I can because I don't have the fog of war exposed. So yeah, I can't totally get back. I don't think I'm going to have to ride for 45 minutes or something to get back. It's so dumb. Oh my god. So there is stuff in this town, but I don't see the icons. Like, where are the icons? They're, like, not showing, and that's why I was thrown for a loop earlier. It's because there's some weird bug or something. Where is all the NPCs? I think all the NPCs are bugged out or something. I mean, didn't I get symbols earlier? Why won't you show me what the symbols of this town are? I mean, symbol size, yeah. Like what? I guess I'll just leave the town. I don't think I can purchase things here because I can't find the NPCs because the map will not reflect them. There's like a stable looking place. Is this the... Ooh, can I talk to the guard or something? No. Well, I guess I'd try to chart some path all the way the fuck back to like Shadow Atoll, I guess. Which is just insane. That's insane. How far is that? 20 kilometers. Great, now I have a 20-minute ride. Well, at least, you know, I'm doing some exploration. Maybe I'll get some XP from it or something. I don't know. Did I leave the Queenfall Discord? Yeah, I think I did. I don't trust that Discord.
This looks like a fucking chocolate chip cookie.
Now, from all I've researched, this man is still actually alive and seems to be thriving just fine. But beyond all of this, there are also other creators like The Game Dude, who was a gamer with a mean attitude. And if you looked at this guy's intros and you looked
This
at
guy's mean. This guy is not mean. I'm mean. This guy's not mean.
videos, very, very inspired by the AVGN. And when he stopped producing that review content, personal life kicked into his internet, life. Guy entered lolcow territory. It's a great June the King documentary that covers this guy. But it went from, again, making gaming content to eventually, getting into scuttlebutts with the Vancouver police.
Come on, you little nugget. Come on. Piece of yeah, now what, huh?
Oh no! Oh no!
Get back here, you
Wow.
And of course, with him basically gone for a while, I very recently found out that apparently he is actually doing just fine. Family actually stepped in and prevented access from him touching the internet. It's the best case scenario for anybody in this situation. Like I
Yeah.
said, this is the end of it.
The internet hasn't
You either age out
gone
of this
well for you, buddy.
content creation game gracefully, like some people, or you keep producing content, or you eventually crash out to the point where it gets to actual possible illegal territories, which is where we're getting into one of the next people in this story. Someone that I was a fan of, someone that I watched, someone that I even shouted out on my channel. A person known as Silent Rob.
Remember that Shenmue video I made? A lot of that actually was inspired by this guy's Shenmue rant. He basically ripped this
Ooh, it
game
got
to
warmer
shreds,
a little bit.
made fun of it, and
Nice.
it's such a funny video that literally I was inspired to talk about this game
my jacket
myself.
off.
I wanted to play through it. I played through all those games. Even actually
Shenmue was
posted
good.
that in this guy's own fan-run community Facebook page. And I actually made that video and shared it.
Shenmue is on PS4. I didn't know that.
Inspired by this guy. I even played a clip of his content in my actual video.
You are about
If only
to
it was a good
potato
game.
toss.
I'm kidding. It is a good game.
Okay, about salad toss. Okay, guys, that's what this game is, a fucking tossing of a salad. The fuck is this, dude? Am I about to piss in these buckets? What the fuck, dude? What is
It's
this?
harder than it looks. It's a grenade throw. It's the first grenade throw.
What the?
Yep.
Oh, okay, let's throw rocks in the buckets. Ah!
Now, since my upload 3 years ago, and I used this piece of content, this channel, youtube.com/.
See, he sounds like he's screaming because it's a bit. When I scream, I'm fucking foaming at the mouth, and I'm not faking it. I don't fake scream. I scream at the nerd. I commit to screaming at the nerd. Oh, they might piss me off on some Overwatch or something. You know, oh, I'll score some Rust. Oh, yeah, I'll scream at some fucking nerds. You've heard me before. Oh, I'll scream. These guys aren't fucking raging nerds. They're polite little daisy flowers.
Suit Gaming 2, Silent Rob, has since been deleted, ladies and gentlemen. If you try going...
Ooh, yeah, dropping those F-bombs right on that YouTube. Yeah, any of your cloud is gone now.
Handsome Monkey. Now, the reality of it is the channel is completely nuked by the creator.
Yeah, I think so.
It takes years to build up a loyal
oh man, it's
fan base.
did you hear him say it? It takes years to build up a loyal fan base, and I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna build it. It's gonna take 10 years to even get remotely somewhere because I have the chat off. But I will. I'll build a loyal fan base. I don't fucking care.
At around less than 20,000 subscribers.
You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. I was raised on Thomas the Tank Engine. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. I'm gonna just do it. I'm gonna do it. I don't care. I'm gonna do it. I'm already doing it. I'm already doing it.
People that watch this guy's content, and we're excited to see an upload.
Do it to it. Do it to it. Do it to it.
Show up
do it to it. Do it to it. Do it to it. Do it to it. Do it to it.
Phones. That would be
do it
somebody
to
like me. I would
do
choose
it
to
to it.
be like comfort
Do
food
it.
content.
Do it.
Things that would
Do it
remind me
to it.
of a
Do it to
era
it.
long gone. And since then, he's...
I could do Hawk Tua and do it to it in the same thing. Do it to it. Do it to it. Do it to it.
Mute it.
This guy,
Do it to it. Do it to it.
have such a dedicated fan base that they actually put a video game together based on rants of his, where he would talk about, GameStop, his time working at the company, and literally he would put these games together and send it to him. He would play them on these early YouTube live streams. Now, obviously, Silent Rob is a bit of
13
a
more
class character,
minutes.
and I'm
Jesus.
sure if somebody easily takes offense to some wild jokes on the internet, this guy is probably not somebody you should be watching. But he's kind of a last holdover, or used to be a last holdover, of that early, 2007, 2006 era of YouTube, when it really was completely okay to be crass. One of the reasons why those content creators were so popular was compared to the stuff we saw on television or movies. These guys could be raw, real, and with YouTube's first slogan, broadcast yourself, these guys would be the exact icon for broadcasting yourself.
I wish I'd started back then, damn it. I was too busy playing World of Warcraft. Stupid World of Warcraft. Stupid World of Warcraft.
Inspirations. And it's really a humbling experience when a fan makes a video game out of you. I still remember 4 years ago playing like...
Oh. What? Oh.
Literally, somebody put this together where I just literally was playing this Five Nights at Freddy's clone somebody had produced. And it wasn't just that. You also had things like Bubba.exe. And it's pretty humbling to know that fans take time out of their day to actually put these kind of things together that you can play on the channel and share with your community. And when it comes to making YouTube content, the community is the most important thing. Silent Rob was so popular that even one character decided to write an actual book, apparently, about this person's life. Now, obviously, I can't find this book anywhere. I think this actually is real fucking lost media. In the year of 2000X, a narcissistic patriot named Silent Rob was created. Terrible video games and the advent of reviewing said shit piles created Silent Rob to stop the evil desires of the monopoly that was the video game franchise. My god, dude. Internet back then was fucking wild. But yeah, Silent Rob's content was effectively not just video games and reviewing stuff. He would read through super old magazines, showcase his old video game collections, and of course, his foray into gaming handhelds. It was really comfort food for the soul type of content that I really resonated with. I grew up watching,
gaming
channels on YouTube. And remember, earlier on in 2007, 2006...
Yeah, I've never gone back to the origins of gaming channels stuff. I guess I could.
wasn't a lot of
I didn't watch old Angry Video Game Nerd. I suppose I will go do his channel.
content on YouTube that, was super duper high quality. Aside from AVGN, a lot of the gamers really were just like this. They were just people in their houses, in their
Just like
rooms,
pissed off at
recording their
games,
gaming
yeah.
collections, or just talking about games.
Now, Silent Rob's big game review ended up being about Action 52. For anybody that doesn't know what this game is, it's a NES game where there's 52 games basically bundled all into one cart. All of these games are notoriously dog shit. And of course, it gave Silent Rob and pretty much every angry reviewer at the time. And of course, it gave Silent Rob and pretty much every angry reviewer at the time easy pickings and easy target to basically
I can't say what I'm laughing at. I'm sorry.
dunk on. Now, obviously, Silent Rob wasn't entirely unique in making this video. This was talked about with plenty of other creators. In fact, his style was pretty reminiscent of another popular angry reviewer at the time.
AVGN.
21.
Okay, AVGN, Action Video Game Nerd. Let's go do videos or whatever. Okay. AVGN is the Angry Video Game Nerd. Angry Video Game Nerd or whatever. Is it Cinemassacre? Yeah, Cinemassacre. So if we look at Cinemassacre and we go back 20 years to Jesus Christ, that was loud. And we go back. Yeah. But these are like way too recent. I want old stuff. So can we sort by oldest to newest? Oldest. Here we go. His first one was Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Wow, yeah, he was a different guy back then. Simon's Quest, Karate Kid. Oh, God, I'm going to get old and fat. Oh, well. It happens to everybody. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Angry Video Game Nerd. McKids. Oh, my fucking God. I remember some of these. Simon's Quest is dope, but it's a really genuinely fucking bullshit-ass game, though. Can't believe Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde was... I can't believe you drink Rolling Rock, you fucking moron. Rolling Rock is such... It's like the worst beer. Why? Fucking Rolling Rock. Double Dragon 3. Master Shoe and the Drunkard Who. Top Gun. The Anger Begins, the Angry Nintendo Nerd. Wally Bear and the No Gang. Friday the 13th. But these games suck, though. Bible games. Atari. Ghostbusters. That's a good fucking game. I used to play that game a lot. Independence Day. I never knew there was an Independence Day game. That's interesting. Bart vs. the Super Mutants. That's a fucking shitty game. Oh my God, yeah. And I played it a lot too. Yeah, Bart vs. the Super Mutants was actually, I really liked that game. No, I loved this game. Wait, this is only 51 seconds? What do you mean?
Alright, so there were a lot of Simpsons-related games. Simpsons games up the ass. Games like Krusty's Funhouse, Bart vs. the
What was the one that I played? I played one on Game Boy over and over and over again. Which one is it?
Juggernauts, Bart's Nightmare.
Bart's Nightmare. Bart's Nightmare.
There were Simpsons games on just about
Bart's Nightmare was so good.
every game console, but there's two in particular that I remember from the Nintendo Entertainment System: Bart vs. the Space Mutants
Yep.
and Bart
vs. the
These
World.
games rank up with the most classic pop culture memories.
Yep.
But if you
But Bart Simpson was like every American kid, and yeah, we all related to Bart. Yeah.
play today, all it does is remind you how much they pissed you off.
Fucking Bart's Nightmare. I can't. I've beaten that game probably 800 times or something. Bart's fucking Nightmare, man. Bart's Nightmare. What a fucking trip. This is the game. This is the games that I grew up on, man. Avenged Sevenfold. Oh, they have a female drummer now, do they? Bart's Nightmare full play. Yep, there we go. It's 42 minutes long. Yeah. Ah! Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Oh god, it was so bad. These are the games that I grew up with. Nope. Awesome. Oh, cheater. Fucking cheater. Hi there, you missed me. Hi there. Anyways. Sim City. Oh yeah. I used to play this game so much, so much.
The summer is here, and with it comes a slew of new potential blockbusters to see. While there's plenty that are only in the theaters, some movies are coming to streaming, like Beverly Hills Cop 4. Yeah.
Yeah.
Something's not available in your country. Thankfully, ExpressVPN's got your back. ExpressVPN is an app that knocks down the barriers surrounding the streaming content that apps like Disney Plus and Netflix hide from you based on your geolocation. Using ExpressVPN, simply switch your location to another country like Canada, and at the snap of a finger, the movies and shows you've been hunting for shall reveal themselves. With over 100 countries worldwide to choose from, whether you're looking for over-the-top action movies like The Expendables 4, only streaming in the Netherlands, or stuff like Nicolas Cage's take on Dracula in Renfield, only showing in Australia. ExpressVPN will always help you find exactly what you're looking for, and all in crystal clear, high definition without any buffering. I use it all the time, and I think you're going to love it too. Find out how you can get yourself an extra 3 months of ExpressVPN for free by going to expressvpn.com/cinemassacre or by clicking the link in my description below. What is a video game? What purpose does it serve? Well, I think
recreation.
Meant to grant you a certain type of control and power over a make-believe situation. Perhaps
nope, recreation.
Control and power that you lack in your daily life.
Play.
Okay, maybe they got too philosophical.
Play is another word.
But the game I'm talking about here is a bit more intellectual than what I normally review. But if you've seen my reviews of Earthbound and Final Fantasy VI, you'll know that the Super Nintendo classics are something that I hold sacred and are a prime era of nostalgia for me. The first time I saw Sim City was in the holy pages of that gaming Bible.
Nintendo Power.
The scripture of volume 28, page 74.
Sim City. I think I read this too. Yeah.
Yours, saith Nintendo. You are bestowed the ability to construct your very own city from the ground up and populate it with people. I had never yet heard of such a game before, where instead of playing the role of a space cadet, a marine, a vampire slayer, a sword-wielding hero, or a Koopa-stomping plumber, you are the mayor of a city. Of course, SimCity was originally on PC, published by Maxis, but then it got Nintendo-fied, and that's
Nintendo-fied.
The Super Nintendo version, to me, is one of the greatest 16-bit games, and it was also one of the North American launch titles, along with Super Mario World, F-Zero, Pilot Wings, and Gradius 3.
Gradius 3.
An amazing variety to kickstart a new era of gaming.
Gradius?
SimCity has its origins in strategy-based games like Utopia on the Intellivision.
Utopia.
Yeah,
And even to this day, with the amount of sim games that exist, SimCity might seem a bit antiquated. However, I don't think its simple charm...
Wait, was that the name of the game I was looking for? Is it Utopia? There's this social Minecraft game, I think, and I can't seem to find it. Heterotopias. Yeah, I watched a video about a Minecraft game, standalone Utopia. I don't think it was Utopia. No, was Evo or like Evo? Was it Evo the Minecraft game or whatever? It was like Evo or something like that. I watched. I don't think this is it. There's a whole website and everything. It's like a professional game now, and I can't find that game. It's fucking annoying. SimCity, I guess. Yeah. Oh well.
Ever been surpassed. The reason may have something to do with the intuitive, friendly nature of it, the cartoonish aesthetics, the green-haired Don King guy, Dr. Wright, who acts as your personal advisor, and the relaxing music, which puts you in a meditational thinking mood. The music goes through several changes. As your city builds up and the population increases, the music progresses toward a more urgent, industrial, workforce, get shit done kind of feel. It starts as a village, then a town, a city, a capital, and a metropolis, which is the furthest I've ever made it. But if your population reaches 500,000, you advance to something even greater, a megalopolis. Only in the pages of Nintendo Power and the Super Nintendo Player's Guide had I ever seen images of that fabled Mario statue, which would become your prize. That would be the ultimate achievement, something to brag about. All the ladies would want to fuck you. You got the goddamn Mario statue in SimCity. But it ain't happening. Yeah, I've always wanted that statue ever since the magazine taunted me. All my life I've been nothing, but I'll show what a nerd is really worth. I will raise my population and create a civilization that will rival the world! The first thing you need to do is select a landform. If you really want to maximize that population, you don't want there to be too much water, because obviously you can only build on the ground. Those rivers cut through your city and mess up your whole strategy, so you need to tell that water to go fuck off. But finding the right landform is a chore in itself, because there's 1,000 of them to choose from. I'm not kidding. You can see right there, counting landform 0, there are 1,000. You think that's enough? And each one takes about 10 seconds to load. You'll never have time to see all the choices, let alone remember and compare them. Imagine if you started up Mario Kart and there were so many courses to pick you couldn't even look through them all. No sane person in the world has ever laid eyes on every landform in SimCity. Well, at least one. About 10 years ago, someone who was a real trooper actually did it. A YouTuber named 316 What Ups. Thank you again for your service. We now know it takes 3 hours and
You know, I don't think I'm connected to the server.
In SimCity. And that's if you're not stopping to look at any of them. What were they thinking?
I'm not.
When you start building, you have a budget to work with, so you need to spend wisely. Anyone would expect
Just gonna
you're
exit.
need houses, roadways, a power source, police and fire departments, all the necessities that would seem like common sense. And though it kind of functions like a real city, it is of course only a video game. Some things don't make sense, like how come there's a population count when all I've built so far are commercial and industrial zones? Where are those people living? Not to mention, when the game starts, the year is supposed to be 1900, and the first thing I build is a nuclear power plant. Certain logic doesn't apply, because logic is for pussies. You have to tile the land with a proper balance of 3 different zoning districts: residential, commercial, and industrial. These areas develop on their own. The residential zones, for example, become neighborhoods and then grow into skyscrapers. Other times they become schools or hospitals, which happens automatically at random. All zones need to be connected to a power plant, either by electrical lines or by touching each other in a chain effect. One of the main problems is pollution, which generally comes from the power plants and industrial zones. You can buy a nuclear power plant for cleaner energy, but that costs more money. There also needs to be some kind of transit system like roads, but that causes traffic and more pollution, so you can build railways instead, but again, more expensive. Another big problem is crime, so you need to put police stations all over. Why does the police radius need to be so extreme? The amount of crime in SimCity rivals RoboCop's Detroit. One way to
But I mean,
gauge
that's
the issue is
cities.
to look at the public poll. The citizens will tell you how well they think you're doing as mayor.
Traffic.
And what they think the biggest
Traffic always
problems are.
sinks you.
Then you can decide how you want to allot your funds to address those problems. For example, they say traffic is bad, so I build more roads. Then they demand a stadium, so I build a stadium, which makes more traffic. So I demolish the roads and replace them with railways, and then they find something else to complain about. Every now and then, Dr. Wright appears, who, by the way, is named after SimCity creator Will Wright. He gives you advice and sometimes just comes in to compliment you that everything's going all right. He congratulates you on reaching a new population level, awards you with fun little zoning districts like an amusement park, a zoo, and even your very own house as mayor.
I thought this was supposed to be angry reviews. This is not angry reviews.
Things are going wrong, he'll let you know that pollution is high, crime is rampant.
I don't need retro reviews. I thought I was supposed to get like him screaming about something, but no. I better be where I logged. God damn it.
One, somebody who he also became accustomed to, close to, and whatnot. Somebody who would serve as an inspiration, from my understanding, to Silent Rob. But see, this wasn't really the one game review that put him here. In fact, one video that I think most people probably remember him from is the infamous GameStop rant, where, again, he would basically talk about his time working at GameStop.
I worked at GameStop, too.
To show that he actually at one time even got assaulted by a customer purchasing a copy of Madden, from what I understand. And yeah, this is one of those things where at the time it was absolutely wild to see. This guy would talk about, you know, his time at GameStop. And obviously he would tear this company out a new one.
On the floor back there. And he comes back up to the counter. And this is sped up a little bit because of this phalanx tape. But, well, what I do is I hand him this receipt right here that he's supposed to sign. And he doesn't want to sign it, so he just throws it back at me. We get into an argument. Boom! Did you see that? Let's do it again in slow motion.
He had his kids. He did this while his kids were there.
Slow motion. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. We don't have your Madden because we sold it because GameStop's a piece of shit company. Oh! That was totally uncalled for. Why'd you do that for, you fuck?
Yeah.
I don't know if you can tell right here, but I actually throw the $5 at him because he's cussing me out and treating me like shit.
Why did you punch the GameStop employee for fucking Madden?
There, boom. I tossed the $5 at him. Smack.
See, but I mean, this is video game addiction for you.
Kicks me upside the head. Now, this comes down to GameStop's policies, people, okay?
And of course, his rants only grew from there. You know, later on, around after 2012, 2013,
wow,
and that era, he would talk about things like retro gaming communities and how overexpensive that market was becoming. And it was stuff that really resonated with, I think, gamers at the time. Me, for instance, I really latched on and listened to this kind of stuff. It was cozy second monitor content, right? Really hearing about gaming from the perspective of just another gamer on the internet. And yeah, still to this day, as I watch it, after all of the actual outrage and wild shit you're about to see, I still sometimes have his content on the second monitor, even as I edit this video. It's actually crazy just how much of a small but fervent community this guy ended up building throughout all of this. Now, obviously, Silent Rob was never the most popular creator in the space, and money was, you know, something that he saw his contemporaries end up getting. People like the AVGN, people like Angry Joe, a lot of these people that ended up eclipsing him in fame and popularity on the internet those people would be making, you know, serious amounts of money in comparison to Rob, who really wasn't able to monetize his stuff very successfully. He tried one aspect, however, one avenue of monetization, which absolutely pissed off his fans at the time, asking for $5 on a website. But when Rob did it, basically charging people $5 to get slightly better edited, if that, versions of his normal rants was a bit insulting. I mean, to be fair, what I'm doing on my channel isn't really all that much. Sometimes you see my face, sometimes you see gameplay, but realistically, I don't think my content is ever worth charging for. Rob, however, thought he was making such a massive magnum opus in all of his content that he suddenly felt, I would say, they're entitled to earning some money out of this.
Yeah, that's how I feel.
It didn't go over that well. In fact, there was a severe backlash.
I don't expect any,
and
but I feel entitled to it.
Pushing back on fans.
What's up, everybody? This is Silent Rob. I just wanted to get on here real quick because, to be honest, I'm a little bit ticked off. I've been reading some comments on the videos I've just posted, and some of you people are acting like lunatics, okay? So let me go ahead and just break this down for you, and this is the last video I'm making about this website, okay? Basically, if you're too young to have a PayPal account, or you don't have any money, or you don't have $5, that's fine, okay? That's a whole different story. I'm still going to make YouTube videos. It's fine, okay? It's not that big of a deal. But the people that are on my pages grandstanding about $5 can f off right now. You can unsubscribe to my motherfucking channel and get the f off my page, okay? Because if you're gonna grandstand, try to make a big deal out of $5, then I don't want your subscription anyways. Because that subscription hasn't got me anywhere, and you obviously don't think any of my videos or my entertainment is worth $5 to you, then I don't want your subscription. Hell, I even read a comment where somebody
not
said
how
a
you
penny
treat your
is
community.
too much to charge for a gaming website, okay?
This is not how you treat your community. You do not yell. This is why, because when you get exposed to the chat for too long, you get angry at them.
If you don't think my shit is worth a penny, then
like, one of the funny things about Asmongold is I think he occasionally responds to the chat, maybe once every 10 minutes or something, but I don't think he reads that chat at all. I don't, and I was like, I want to do that too. I'm not reading the chat either. Anybody can talk in there if they want. I'm not reading the chat.
Off.
Isn't it crazy how the internet just keeps kind of repeating itself over and over and over again sometimes? But yeah, obviously, as you can imagine, this did not go over well with the fans.
Now, Silent Rob would always take these massive month-long breaks, sometimes over a year. The reality of his channel not growing and being stuck at 19,000 followers was due to the fact that he himself didn't stick with any form of consistency. For a while, he would come back, upload a few videos, stream here and there, but when you leave your channel for a year, year and a half, 2 years, if you don't come back with hard-hitting content, your channel can stagnate and effectively die right there and then. That's how YouTube, works. That's how YouTube recommendations tend to go. Rob's biggest problem was himself. His biggest enemy was himself when it came to growing his channel.
Ego.
Now, while it wasn't uncommon for Rob to take these massive disappearances, he ended up coming back occasionally, whether it be months or years. So, sometime in 2024, Rob did come back, and he started producing a lot of AI slop content, where he would just basically jump in a lot of the popular AI tools, be making music, basically posting that onto his channel.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I did that too. Because I think it's funny, but I mean, I'm not going to do a lot of it. I just thought it was kind of funny to do those. I'm not going to sit there and make AI music forever,
People, by the way, just visited for video game rants and, watching him stream occasionally here and there. It was a small but, silent corner of the internet. Now, Rob would experiment with things like ghost hunting, being sort of deviating from the Silent Rob persona. But of course, all of this does come with a cost, and that cost is viewership. People don't want to be watching content from,
ghost hunting,
very deviated content. Like, for instance, if I disappeared for 6 months and came back making cooking videos, I'm sure none of you guys would actually watch that content, and I wouldn't be, shocked at the slightest. But Rob, however, was shocked a little bit about it, and there was some lashing out, but there was one post on his entire community that really did quite home. It really did hit, because Rob finally opened up about some serious issues that he was going on and why he took a year-plus sabbatical from the internet. Rob starts off by saying, "Let me start by apologizing to everyone here. I've not been in a good place recently. In fact, I've been completely addicted to fentanyl to the point where I went
Fentanyl?
into serious
Oh no! He got onto fentanyl?
withdrawals and ended up in the hospital. He went into seizures, actual comas even, lasting
Yeah, that's
hours.
fentanyl. Yeah.
I finally saw the light and almost died. I fought my way back into my body. Even after that, I couldn't stop. At some point, I looked at myself in the mirror and hated what I was. Threw away every drug, locked myself in a room, and cold turkeyed until I was drug free. Which, by the way, is incredibly difficult with a drug as powerful and addictive as fentanyl. The withdrawals almost killed me too, and I was so dehydrated from vomiting blood that I had to go back to the hospital. 95% of all people on fentanyl can't get off by themselves, but I did. I've been drug-free for months now. It's the hardest thing I've ever done. I've quit my job to get away from the drugs that were there and start a new job, Monday, that pays more. I'm happy I could do it, but I'd never make any jokes against anyone battling drug addiction again. And yes, Rob did in fact make several jokes about druggies in the past. It's insidious, and anyone needs a person to talk to battling it, I'm here for you. So yeah, when I saw this entire post on FDU, it immediately showed me that, yeah, I don't care if this guy's uploading AI slop at this point or, playing around with different content. The fact that he's still alive is all I really cared about. And I think that's par for the course for pretty much everybody. And whether he would come back to playing this character would then be talked about later on in a 20-minute video. Now, I wish I could show you this video, but Rob has been on a deleting spree and effectively has been flagging almost any channel that has been archiving his material. And again, I might have to also say again that if Rob does try to strike this channel, me being a former fan will definitely be okay with becoming a current, legal adversary, okay? I do definitely use his content in fair use, but ultimately we are dealing with somebody that doesn't appear to have actually beaten their drug addiction. And if anything, they're actually lashing out at their audience and completely burning any relationship with complete friends that they used to have. Now, this video is unavailable, and unfortunately, I only have audio snippets that I've locally recorded onto my channel. The videos that I've seen floating around re-uploads, even looking at archives and caches, are just unavailable. So this is, at the moment, as far as I know, actual lost media. But thanks to places like the Kiwi Farms, a lot of Rob's former content has at least been preserved. A lot of former fans have actually been preserving his older videos. It's crazy to think how much of a legacy you have that after all of your dickish behavior to the audience, they will still try to preserve videos that at one point brought them a laugh, and probably still do. Because ultimately, as content creators, that's all we really are here for. Not the money, not the fame, just the ability to make somebody have a good time. As corny as that sounds.
I don't know, but I really don't care at this point. I was actually having a lot of fun with that AI stuff. I was going to have it go on a little bit longer, but just too much bitching and complaining here. The $5 website from 17 years ago, I don't know, but I really don't care at this point.
Yeah.
I was actually having a lot of fun with that AI stuff. I was going to have it go on a little bit longer, but just too much complaining here. But I did want to make this video kind of clarify some things, let you guys know the status of this channel and what's going to happen with it and yada, yada, yada. Basically what it comes down to is, I haven't really been up to making anything recently, and for good reason. And, and I'll go ahead and say it right now, the Silent Rob that you guys know and love is done. It's just done. It's not who I am, and it's been really hard for the better part of 17 years off and on to, keep up this facade of this character that, I've never really loved that much to begin with. I'm glad a lot of people have liked it. I've made some good videos, but a lot of my older stuff, I really can't even watch anymore, guys. It's not even who I am. A lot of that stuff was just... wasn't even really my feelings on a lot of things. I was just a really good troll. I was really good at it. The Silent Rob character was essentially what I used on YouTube because I didn't think anybody would really want to hang out with just regular Rob. I'm just a dude. guys. I'm just a dude. You don't want to take it orally. You want to like snort like little lines of it. And I thought that was weird. He's like, they're really strong. And I was like thinking, I think I've had a Percocet before or something. Man, this is, whatever. But I did what he said, and I did a little line of it. They call them blues on the street. I'm sure you guys know about them. Don't ever do them. I'll get into that in a minute. But that was my downfall. As soon as I did that first one, that was it. It was over. It was over. And it was so over, in fact, that I did that line, and I decided to call off of work for the rest of the day.
2 more.
So I could, because I had like 2 or 3 of them, so I could continue to do them for the rest of the day. Should have indicated that I like that shit a little bit too much. So, that continued for a little bit. If you guys go back and watch like the Elden Ring stream, you'll notice when I go to the bathroom, when I'm going to the bathroom all the time, oh, has this guy got a prostate issue? No, I'm doing lines in the other room.
Now, after all of this, and when he started to come back to streaming, I really did think that maybe the guy has kind of really moved past it. I mean, if you beat an addiction, that is truly a powerful thing, and it's kind of hard to find anybody that would root against you in that situation, at least. But in amongst all of this month to month and a half long implosion, Rob decided that, he wanted to really profiteer off of this channel. And then he just started to actually put his content into a paywall. So YouTube has a memberships functionality, and Rob effectively paywalled his older content that was freely available, freely consumed. Fans were basically chewing that content up in the amount of drop they faced from one of their YouTubers. And this is obviously not the way to go, okay? Having a wallet buster bundle and providing basically nothing in return is not okay.
No.
But people still somewhat did sign up for these memberships. Obviously, it pretty much tanked this guy's channel even further than it could be. So he wasn't growing, he wasn't really doing anything beyond all of this. He basically was, in a shitty way, effectively exiting the
Sorry
audience
about my
out.
silver.
And if you did pay for the content, then you would basically be just treated to streams that would be him driving around with copyrighted music and basically shoving in the fact that he had started to develop a new type of addiction. An addiction that is related to the gambling side of the world. Sports betting.
No, I'm fucking awesome. I have won a bunch of money. Sports betting, I've won a bunch of money. A bunch of money. Oh my god,
You mean
dude.
you've
Let me tell you
lost
guys right
a
now.
lot of money?
Apparently I'm Rain Man. Apparently I'm like really good at sports betting. And I've made thousands upon thousands of dollars.
No such thing.
No
such
I
thing.
caught myself looking at like new Corvettes today, like mid-engine Corvettes.
What?
Yes, I've cracked the code. I just know how.
Nope.
I can lift up my phone and get like $500 in like 5 minutes. It's not even funny. I mean, it's ridiculous. So yes, I'm doing very well. I just don't like people coming up on my shit trying to tell me how to run my page and what to do with my.
Now, you don't have to be Nostradamus to know that gambling is just a losing man's game.
Yeah,
There's
it's just,
really no trick to the magical world of putting your money on the line.
No.
You just watch Boss Man Jack gamble 11 grand a hand on blackjack and lose everything in the span of less than, 30 minutes, 40 minutes. Yeah, it's not a winning game. But obviously there were fans that jumped in and even basically pushed back against this pointless membership. Remember, there's a guy that's pointing a camera at his face and just kind of recording off-the-cuff stuff. That's really all it is. Whatever support he had, whatever money he made on streams, which he definitely made hundreds of dollars on, I remember donating my money on several of his gameplay streams. He actually had a winning formula. If he just sat down, played some video games, instead of absolutely trying to nickel and dime the audience, this wouldn't have happened.
Yep, that's what I plan to do.
You literally said a few years ago you'd always do this shit for free. Don't turn into that Rob and
I've never asked for a sub, not directly from community or anything like that. I've never asked for subs. I asked for, if you would like to support me, come to my channel, get my sub or follow or whatever. Go to my YouTube, got thousands of videos. Give me I do the ad to let you know who I am and how to support me. But that's it. Other than that, I don't beg. You know what I'm saying? I don't do begging. As I pull my web page, I'm proud of my web page. That's all you need to do as a streamer. Pop a web page and be like, "This is my web page, bitch." You know what I'm saying? That's all you need to do.
since I was literally 9 years old. I'm 25. Always been a huge fan of yours. You even got me into streaming. Mr. 4K did this, and it wasn't a good look. If you need money, just do a regular live stream. You'll make more than this. To which Rob goes, I lied. Move along. And of course, the lash out continued even beyond that. May or may not make a video saying as much, but I spend my whole time on YouTube worried about what a bunch of broke ass people think while they use things I've told them against me negatively and sit around telling me how to run my shit. The membership weeds out the trash. And of course, it's just a completely long diatribe of how if you don't support this guy, you're effectively just against him. And it made people kind of wonder too, you know, for somebody that really did beat drugs, why are we jumping into effectively squeezing as much dollars out of the community? Now, I'm not here to make assumptions, but stuff like this doesn't look good. And obviously, the end of all this, ladies and gentlemen, it all basically ended up with his channel effectively being deleted.
Yep.
And there wasn't really any, you know,
what can you
fanfare
do?
to it.
You
There
can't
wasn't
do
an
anything.
announcement.
I mean,
He
you
just
can't stop
deleted it
that.
completely out of the blue.
And obviously, importantly enough, when Rob decided to make his channel go $8 a month in a wallet melter bundle, it reminded a lot of people of that $5 website. Obviously, inflation kicks in, so now it's $8 USD for, again, the content that pretty much was already made and uploaded for free and shared around. Again, one of the most important things anybody can do is build up a community and a fan base. And if it takes, I would say, a year to build up a community, it can take minutes to destroy that community right there, which is effectively what Rob was doing with this entire move. All of a sudden, people who were fans of him got rug pulled of content that they grew up watching, and content that I would say belonged to them just as much as it did him.
Now, after a very short-lived return to YouTube, and again, the inability to face actual criticism, Rob decided, sporadically out of nowhere, to nuke his channel out of existence. Now, this normally shouldn't really be happening. I mean, a lot of the angry reviewers I talked about at the beginning of this video, a lot of them are still active. Like, a lot of them, even if they've abandoned their channel, much like Spoonie, have pretty much left their content up for people to consume.
Yep.
Even if you're not making videos, it really makes no sense to just tear away your entire content without any form of, you know, notification to your audience. And so, you know, out of nowhere, Rob basically goes MIA, completely avoids and deletes pretty much all of his content. And ultimately, the end of all of it is gone. And there were other creators that jumped into this too, like other people who wanted to air grievances, people like Minute World, for instance, who really had a lot to say, some of it actually hilarious. So I'll play a few snippets right here.
Make a new video for you guys real quick, for all the 6 people watching me. And I'm happy with all the people watching me. I truly am. What little bit I can muster, I am truly in debt to anyone that decides to watch my content, no matter how shitty it may be. Yeah, I just wanted to talk about, you know, someone I talked about before. So it'd be the last time I talked about him, but nah. This is gonna be the last time I talk about this guy, Silent Rob. This guy, you know, he really dropped off. Like, he dropped off of fucking the Empire State's building, bro. Like, in terms of followers and views and shit. Like, he was making, like, everyone sees this guy for what he truly is now. He's just a fucking pathetic drug addict.
Now, obviously, Minute World is going a little bit hard on this, but you can imagine somebody who is emotionally invested into his content.
Fucked up, right?
Emotionally invested that at one point over the course of, I believe, 2 years, Minute World had donated upwards of $10,000 and beyond in various live streams, drips and drabs of donations over to Rob. So yes, I would imagine somebody who put the price of a used, nice Honda, I believe you can get a Honda Civic for around that amount, needless comparison over here, but anybody that's putting that much money in, watched the guy for so many years, probably feels a little bit slighted. And obviously, Minute World, I have no way to verify some of these bank statements, by the way, but I've seen him in a few of Rob's streams throwing down the old credit card. So again, it wasn't really super duper shocking, and I was a little bit flabbergasted when I saw this amount from you know, one of Ace Alldayerry's videos, a former friend of Rob, who Rob has recently targeted. Again, we'll get to how unhinged this goes in just a minute.
But yeah, Minute World obviously had other things to say about Rob's recent content, things regarding some of the various ghost series that he was making, where he just filmed his house really crappily, didn't even clean anything, and expected that this content was apparently worth paying a monthly subscription for.
Film or something that he did in his house, and he filmed his house in black and white. It was like a whole horror video or something, and he should not have done that. Dude, your house is a fucking mess. First of all, dude.
Yeah, my house is not as bad as this.
Vacuum your fucking shit. What?
Now, Rob is not somebody that is, you know, averse to any form of conflict with other people, and former friends of Rob.
No, some people
like
are messy, man. Mammals are messy.
Alldayerry and JKTIM, who goes on YouTube as the account King Nobody, who actually ended up giving Rob thousands of dollars. At least JKTIM did over the course of, I guess, a few years. Money
human revolution.
That they even suspected would have went towards Rob's drug addiction were actually not spared from his wrath either. And this is where the story takes a significantly dark turn. But before we get into it, we obviously have to go with Rob's explanation of why the channel was deleted. So in this long post, Rob actually pretty much explains why the channel was deleted, lashes out on his fans one final time, and actually explains how he committed one of the most final things a human being can commit. And thankfully, Rob actually had failed in his endeavor. Now, on this one final post, Rob had said, for the better part of 18 years, I put my nose to the grindstone, paid my dues, and made thousands of videos, considered by many to be some of the funniest content out there. All the while, my channel got completely buried in the algorithm, which a lot of this had to do with him being sporadically lazy in producing content. As I was making what ultimately became my last video tonight against a notoriously racist, insert transgender slur here, we constantly had huge issues with on FDU that people begged me to get rid of for over a year, and an autistic, fucking insert word for neurodivergency here, who loved me to the point of wanting to fuck my fuck my butt 6 months ago, but now hates me, who openly sounds like he has a chocolate-covered dick.
This guy sounds crazy.
All right. Now, obviously, towards the tail end of this, diatribe, we ended up getting to some really horrific shit. I tell people what I've been dealing with, just a part of it, and they throw it in my face and use it against me as a negative, because I'm not playing ROMs for the 5 millionth time. Now, for anybody that doesn't understand, this was kind of the shtick for Rob. He would just sit there playing video games on a stream, rather than, again, just going online to effectively, siphon as much pennies as he could out of people without ever actually putting in the effort for just playing video games, just being himself, just, conveniently producing content for a community of people that, again, freely give this guy money. I've been contemplating for a while, and those thoughts started creeping into my head yearly, monthly, and weekly. And now it might be today. So yeah, eventually it all ended up with, his wife ended up actually coming out and revealing that, yes, there was some attempt, there was actually fans that called in checks on him, and he is fine. Which, again, is probably the best ending to the story, or at least I thought at the time. Now, Silent Rob, who doesn't have a channel anymore and nothing to lose, decides to, at this point, go on a serious, unhinged warpath. And it all started with creating a sock puppet account, or allegedly creating a sock puppet account, I should say, of, his ex-friend Ace Alldayerry's special needs daughter.
Wow. So I was about to settle in for the night when I suddenly saw 2 new comments on my latest 2 YouTube videos by Ace's daughter gets train ran over her with AI. I clicked on it to see what the heck this was about. Turns out it's another one of those August 15th, 2017 accounts that Rob is used to using as sock puppets. I guess you went and renamed one of them then, Rob? Classy move there, buddy. You
Oh,
went
I
and
didn't change.
destroyed your own channel so
Oops.
that you could advertise AI-generated videos you presumably made of my disabled daughter getting run over by a train.
What?
Yeah, I kind of wish.
What
the
is this
story would
about?
actually have ended
What, like,
on a
what?
somewhat positive note.
Like,
Maybe
what is this
the
even
the
about,
good ending
really?
Would be, hey, this guy realizes I made a mistake, somewhat reverses his decisions, re-uploads his former content again, and makes the 19,000 or so people that followed him for the good times actually have their comfort content back and enjoy life. And
Yeah.
this guy could continue to stream to his small but absolutely loving audience and just play video games. But yeah, this is where it absolutely crosses lines that should never have been crossed. I said this video is an end of an era. And I think Rob's actual decision making and, well, lack of decision making actually really accelerated this era to its end, where again, you either end very gracefully, or you keep making content, you maybe adjust a little bit, but you're still in the game, or you leave very gracefully and, you just leave the good times as they were. There's no shame in it. What Rob decides to get into is some potentially criminal behavior. And obviously, after all this, I say alleged channels because, I have no 100% confirmation on a lot of these things. But Rob then later makes his channel, again, about Asa, and, he names it Asa's, neurodivergent daughter. And he actually uploads videos of him from a psych ward. But one video absolutely had chilled me to my core as I was making this video. One where he absolutely invites actual danger to his house, into his life, and potentially into other people.
I trusted you. I trust you, son of a... Oh my God. I fucking love you. Oh my God. You guys are, and you know what? You guys don't really know true horror until you have to, take a piss. And you can't get these, hospital pants, unwound because they get, knots on them and shit. Not good. So, yeah, I didn't think that, I thought this wasn't nom. I thought there were rules. But a lot of people just pretty much do whatever they want on here now, I guess, so, and let it be clear that I am not back, nor am I ever going to come back. I just don't really care for a lot of you motherfuckers. And I don't have any interest in coming back. But, you guys are going to see me be a true menace. Okay?
See, I love my
I
community.
think this is actually the first time I've ever had any fun on here.
Well, that's...
So, just prepare. You guys haven't seen anything yet.
I can't...
Now, aside from the fact that we've got
Can't see my mouse.
basically the next Joker.
So, I love my community, but I don't like humans very much, and so I battle with this. That's an internal struggle. It is not a judgment of the community in any way or form. Not your guys' fault. PTSD, just me. That's all. So that's why I don't do the chat. Otherwise, doing great. I think I'm always going to be there. Put me on in the motherfucking background. You'll see what I'm doing every single day, and I'll just be there.
Audition tape already leaked ahead of time.
Watch a movie, something, or whatever. Eventually, all these movies will be that I love will be available to watch because of public domain, and it'll be an amazing time. My stream will just get better and better over the years.
The audience that there is an expectation that this guy is pretty armed and dangerous.
Been meaning to watch Citizen Kane, which I think I am going to do tonight, which might take, fucking 4 hours or something. It's already 4 in the morning, but I don't live my life by some kind of schedule or whatever the fuck. Oh, I do have to do something in the morning, though, which is annoying. I'm up late today, which is annoying. That's all right.
It's not just firearms you have to worry about. Rob is a resident of the state of Ohio, which, for anybody that doesn't know anything about United States culture, is effectively Florida with just shitty weather. Now, at this moment in time, obviously, it's pretty worrisome, and Rob is clearly in a...
They all have girl repellents in the background. It's weird.
Ward. for whatever real reason, right? Like, obviously, this guy is not all the way there. And
I guess that's their passions. They just have their collections. It's okay. It takes up space. It's fucking annoying.
given his past drug addictions, it's still...
You could not pay me to have this many possessions. I just couldn't. I couldn't track all those games. I wouldn't want to dig through them or anything like that. That's for a digital list. I mean, I don't know.
Not an excuse as to any of his recent shitty behavior, and how he's effectively involved a child into the game. Now, obviously, to Rob's side, his family members have also kind of been brought in, but he directly is, by himself, bringing a child in. This is not, just a troll on the internet. This is an actual human being, causing some serious, statements on the internet. But beyond all this, he invites trouble, like I said, to his house, which is what happens later on. And a lot of these shorts are now filmed in a car. So, I don't know, people are wondering if he's just constantly on the move, if he's homeless, if he's back on the fentanyl.
But I want to make this video to say that what you guys have seen is just the opening credits sequence. I haven't...
Cell phone mics are better. They're like louder.
Gun. And, keep in mind, I am going to be spreading the love. I mean, Ace is getting a lot of the love, but...
I had to cut this part out because Rob starts to go on a tear over people that are in, I guess you could say, marginalized communities. Let your imagination run too messant at this point, thinking of YouTube's TOS. But what he says next is downright diabolically scary. Now, mind you, he's doing this while he's driving a car in the icy winters. Not exactly the safest thing to be doing, but at this point, I don't think Rob has cared much about the other safety of other people, let alone his own. And again, what he says here is wild.
And by some weird grace of God, I actually have somebody that hates Asa even more than I do. So every video I make about Asa, I get like $10 to $20. So I've actually already cleaned up pretty good. So I'm gonna be making bank with this shit. It's weird how things work out. But keep in mind, I know who's defending me, I know who's not. And keep in mind that a lot of you guys were on my Facebook for a very long time. So I have your friends and family downloaded and ready to go.
What?
So if you guys want to continue your nonsense,
what?
Go right ahead. Okay, because I've had a kind of an upshot of creativity here thanks to you guys. So keep it up. And it'll be your family getting destroyed next.
What?
Oh yeah, if you have family attached or anywhere close to this person, if he knows your family, apparently they are next. And that, ladies and gentlemen...
You threaten their families.
But then he goes beyond all of this and starts giving out his actual address as well. Like, full on...
It's a message that he's like, I'm not afraid of you anymore, and if any of you fuck with me, I'll tell your families or whatever. Not tell, I'm just saying tell, because that's the easiest thing I could say.
In the video, inviting anybody to come to his house and, possibly get into an actual altercation.
Yeah, you got a problem with me?
By the way,
yeah.
From my understanding of legal laws, no matter where you live, castle state-wise, it doesn't actually play well in any of this situation. Because genuinely speaking, I think most states, if anything, if you invite trouble to your house and then you commit the castle, doctrine, I don't think it'll actually even fly. And I don't even think the state of Ohio might be entirely castle doctrine. Again, this is not a legal channel. This is just quick analysis based on prior experiences with similar situations like this. Now, I think at the end of all this, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to really table off this video. It's gone on long enough.
Yeah.
And to be fair, I think we're probably hitting around the hour mark, which is more time spent than really anybody needed. And you might be like, Mudo, why are you so invested in a story that is so tiny? Nobody's talking about it. The reality is YouTube is a massive place. And like I started off, there was content creators I watched, still do watch to this day, that are from an era that has long been bygone. And Rob is just one of those examples of an era long gone. An example that I actually watched along with several others. And while obviously I don't agree with every single thing that comes out of this guy's mouth, he was a, reminder of 2009, 2010, 2011 era YouTube. Somewhat of an inspiration, obviously, into content that even I produce. Somewhat of a person that I thought had a level head on their shoulders, right? Like somebody that, you know, has called out, had the foresight to know terrible things that have happened to other creators in this exact field, could have easily avoided it. But honestly, at the end, what do they say on the internet? DSP outlives another. This is another person that DSP has effectively outlived, at least on YouTube. And I don't know, with the way he's going, maybe actually in life as well, God forbid. But yeah, Rob is now gone from internet, you know, YouTube gamer, somebody that was pretty much chilling as one of YouTube's last angry reviewers, one of YouTube's last game ROM streamers, into, you know, very, very briefly a lol cow. And now, ladies and gentlemen, a complete horror cow. A person that may entirely be...
I am not like this. I will not put you guys through this. You know, I can see something bad happening in my personal life, but I don't think, you know, I don't foresee anything ever hurting the stream. I don't think, anyways. I don't see risk of that. I think probably the worst thing that'll happen over the 50 years is my parents will pass. That's going to be like the worst thing that happens to me in the next 50 years, you know? It's going to be a simple life for me. I've come to a small town to just essentially retire. I'm going to, like, I used to read books and novels about that. I used to read a lot of crime, or not crime, but, like legal novels about small town lawyers and stuff like that. I want the small town lawyer lifestyle, and I don't expect a lot of bumps, you know. Maybe one day I might see my best friend again, but I doubt it. You know, I think I'll probably find a woman before that happens. That's what usually happens. There's been fucking 5 of them, you know. Sick of being in love with my best friend. It's fucking stupid. It's so bad and so toxic for you, and it's like a thing that I do. It's like almost like a fetish that I have. My number one fetish is being in love with my best friend. It's fucking stupid. They're always the most interesting women I've ever met. Fucking so annoying. Getting towards where I was going. I've got everything that I need. We're here.
And at the end of all this, ladies and gentlemen, throughout all of this, throughout every single thing seen here, there are still fans and enemies, haters of this guy, who are still actively preserving his older content. Because there was actual content that people enjoyed. Even if it wasn't the flashiest thing out there, it was still something that brought a smile to somebody's face. Rob could have had an easy thing going. He could have had a simple side gig where he could have worked his job, came home, streamed some video games, chilled out with the community, but instead he decided to nickel and dime them for whatever reason, really. It's not in my place to speculate, to be honest with you. But ultimately, he sold out the last remaining goodwill that he had and turned into, quite possibly, YouTube's own generated Joker, okay? Over the course of 18 years, this is a villain story that effectively has been in the making. And now, ladies and gentlemen,
18
for anybody
years.
who hasn't known about it,
God
now
damn.
you do. So if you somehow got shocked watching this video, if you like this video, please like, comment, and subscribe, just like if you dislike it. If I seem a little bit on edge, yeah, covering a guy like this can be a little bit spooky. But this is me, Mudahar, and I am out.
I like the new
So,
format.
over the past few years, survival games have been slowly climbing to the top of one of my most enjoyed genres. There have just been so many great titles that I've thoroughly enjoyed, gotten a ton of entertainment and fun memories out of. At this point, like, I am actively interested in trying pretty much any decent-looking survival game that comes out going forward. I just like the genre that much. And as luck would have it, there's a handful of them coming this year. So, let's go ahead and take a look. So first up on this list is Adamfall. Now, while most of the games that we'll be covering today have some form of co-op or multiplayer, this is one of the few that is single-player only. However, I wanted to still mention it because A, I think this looks quite interesting, and B, it's actually the only game that has a confirmed actual release month and date as of this recording. Everything else in this list is planned for 2025, but no exact launch day, or that is to be determined as of now. Now that out of the way, single player or not, I think Adamfall looks actually quite cool. It also gets bonus marks from me for being the latest title from Rebellion, a studio who time and time again has made games that I really enjoyed. They might not be the biggest blockbusters out there, the most polished, the most fine-tuned, or the most mass appeal, but have nevertheless brought me quite a lot of entertainment. So Adamfall is set in an alternate history 1960s, where the wind-scale nuclear disasters turned much of northern England into this radioactive quarantine zone. Now this is inspired by the real-world wind-scale events that actually happened, but in an alternate what-if scenario with a little supernatural twist added on top. So we're going to be traversing this Lake District of northern England, uncovering mysteries about the quarantine zone along with the people who inhabit it. This locale is made up of a series of interconnected areas with rolling green hills, lush valleys, rural villages, and plenty of hidden secrets to discover. Each area is going to have its own distinct theming and points of interest. We got a small town that was taken over by the heavy-handed British military and their deadly robots, surrounding wilderness that's dotted with camps that are full of bandits and cultists, and various underground bunkers and other areas patrolled by these autonomous
Looks good, but I don't think I'll play
radiated
it.
feral creatures. Other noteworthy areas include this abandoned rail yard, a derelict stone quarry, verdant rolling hills, secret bandit hideouts, and bunkers that lead to the British Atomic Research Division of underground layers. As you explore through the areas, you're going to acquire leads, either by speaking to NPCs you come across or just discovering clues in the environment, which will direct you to new objectives, opportunities, and stories, all of which are fully open-ended as you are able to pursue them in whatever order you please. There is, of course, plenty of combat to be had should you desire. This can be approached in multiple ways. You've got guns and other ranged weapons, as well as melee brawls and stealth takedowns. And in fact, the stealth system is apparently fleshed out enough with plenty of hiding and distraction tools at your disposal that the game can evidently be completed without killing a single enemy, which is kind of interesting. You'll acquire weapons, supplies, and materials by scavenging through the environment as you explore, collecting anything useful as you move through the game's various areas. The scavenging is also going to play a big role into the various survival systems, so you're going to collect resources and scraps to craft weapons, consumables, and other tools. And while ranged is an option, as we mentioned, they have made note that ammunition is going to be scarce in the game, requiring you to really pick your shots carefully. There's going to be power progression as you're able to upgrade your weapons, along with level up with a skill and perk tree providing different playstyle enhancements. And they have another interesting survival mechanic with this heart rate system, so engaging in combat, sprinting, and kicking enemies all increase your heart rate, and if you overexert yourself, it's actually going to result in darkened vision and muffled hearing, kind of an additional twist on a basic stamina system, requiring you to pace your actions if you don't want to deal with that debuff. I mean, hey, look, I really like Rebellion. Like I said, they've made games that
it's
I've quite
Rebellion.
enjoyed, and this
Oh.
looks like it could potentially be another one to add to the list, so excited
Yeah,
to give
cool,
it a go.
new Rebellion
Adamfall
game.
is set to
Yeah.
release on March 27th for PC,
March
PlayStation,
27th,
and
not bad.
Xbox. Okay, so as mentioned, as of right now, that is actually the only survival game that has a firm release month and date. The next grouping that we're going to take a look at here are all officially slated to come out in 2025. We're just not certain of the date and or the month as of today's recording. Starting this with Dune Awakening, a game that I could probably already talk about for hours on end, as I've been actively following its development and any information released on the project. Many of you will be familiar with its developer Funcom for their previous survival game, Conan Exiles, although in my eyes, Funcom will always be the studio who brought us The Secret World, a relatively small but nevertheless unique MMO from back in 2012. So Dune Awakening is actually described as a survival sandbox MMO. The game was in my MMO list, but it's also here in my survival list. The MMO tag is mostly referring to the game's seamless open world, where you will supposedly be able to run into literally any and every single other person playing the game, as they are purporting to host the entire thing on one massive server. We don't have server shards, you're not separated